Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to sightofmoon.com on this beautiful, freezing cold Shabbat. I'm Joe Dumond. I'm just one of the many hosts here. And if you're just joining us again, you've missed the opening prayers that we do beforehand, and you've missed the singing that we do beforehand, but we don't record these things because they're more personal. And also we don't want to get in trouble with copyright things for songs and stuff like that. So we just do it off record. Now, I've been doing a little thinking. I know, Randy, just hang on a second. I've been doing a little thinking. When I come to Shabbat, sometimes I just turn off everything and I go and think. And this was a particularly awesome time today. And I only turned everything back on here at 12:15. Just before we started. And then I told Randy the stuff that I just solved and figured out. So as you know, I've been working on the book, the 10 Days of Awe, and Lori Dawn's been reading behind me, making sure I got my brain, she catches me every once in a while where I use a paragraph to start the next paragraph and then forget to delete it. So I appreciate that. And I was doing the history of what's been lost. And then I started to do the history of how these things are being restored. And in that process, I started thinking about the early and latter day rains. And in that process, I started thinking about the barley. Excuse me. I started thinking about the barley. And when the barley sprouts up and when it germinates and when it grows and the stages of that, and we're thinking about the barley because we're coming into the 13th month or first month, whichever that is. And you know what? This could just take a little bit more than just a couple minutes to introduction here. Maybe we better just put the brakes on, back up a second. Excuse me. And I'll get Gary Henny and all the way from the other side of the world, if you would mind coming on here and doing the opening prayer for us. And then I'll go back into my spiel.
Amen. Amen. Jehovah, we come before you today. You are so wonderful. There isn't anyone higher than you, and there's no one that we can look to except you. We acknowledge that you are our God. You are the one who's created everything. We bow before you today. You deserve all honor and all glory. Thank you for walking among us as we gather here. We desire that you would be glorified and praised from our heart to your heart. So everything that is done and accomplished today would be because you have been right in the middle of everything. We praise you today. We thank you for being with us. In the name of Yeshua, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Gary. So yeah, I started to just do some thinking and about the barley, about the process of the early rains, what that does, it germinates the seeds, and then the latter rains are heavier. They come down a little bit harder, and then they help to sprout up the grain into what we call the worm stage or the dough stage. And then after that, the rains stop. And when those rains stop, those kernels become hard. So I'm thinking about this. And I'm looking at the history in North America of the Sabbath keepers and the holy day keepers, the sacred namers, and where they fit into this plan. And then I started looking at the Jewish, because I seen a pattern. Then I started looking at the Jewish, things that happened to Judah and the Jews during the same pattern. And I think it was 1:30 last night when my mouth hit the floor. And my head hit the pillow shortly after that, but I couldn't believe what I was seeing. this latter day rain and the early rains is phenomenal. It's only, we talk about it in Joel 2, but to stop and think about it and the magnitude that it's playing out in this work.
Joe, I just muted you, sir. Sorry.
Just now, or just a long time ago, and
No,
you're just telling me now?
sir. Just now.
You guys are part of that latter day rain. Now, you look around you, you see your four walls, you see your kids screaming, you see your spouse not happy, and you think, what is going on? Step back, take a globe, put the globe in front of you, put a dot where you are on the globe, and look at it like you're God, and start to imagine it in a different way. What is your role in the overall scheme of everything? You're just one wheat, one kernel of wheat in the field. How are you going to make a difference? Well, that kernel of wheat falls to the ground, and up next year comes, what is it? How many kernels of wheat on, how many kernels are on each stalk of wheat? I don't know, 16, 38? I don't know. I count them, figure it out. There's a whole bunch, right? But that first kernel had to die, and it led the way. That's your role. You're teaching your kids. You're teaching your community. You're teaching your people around you. Maybe it's just one. Maybe it's just you, but you're doing something. That grows into a big thing over time. So I was talking to Randy beforehand, and I was saying how from the time of the water libation ceremony, again, the water libation ceremony, where's that in Torah? It's not there. Where'd that come from? It comes from the Torah, but it's not in Torah. Anyone know where? Okay, there's a little homework for you. Go look it up, figure it out.
Comes from Yeshua.
No, Yeshua came after that. Yeshua talks about it, but that's not where the original idea of the water libation ceremony comes from. We might even, no, I don't think we're going to read it today, but we might be reading it here in the next couple of weeks. I got to double check that. So anyway, so that's what I've been thinking about. So this morning I woke up, I didn't turn on the computer, and started thinking about time, the Jubilee cycle. And we have the Jubilee charts. You've got them, they're on our website, you can see them. I did this in 2009 as an experiment, a theory that I could count the Jubilee cycles and line up all the sabbatical years. Then we did it again. We got the blood moons, and we put all the blood moons on another chart. They're on our website. I'm about to do it again, only this time I'm going to count those years as the early and latter day rains. I'm also going to count those years. Instead of counting years, I'm going to count them as weeks. I'm going to count each week as one. And when I did that little experiment, I compared it to the Sumerian king list. And when I did that, I got the actual number of years that the Sumerian kings lived. Like the one king lived 48,800 years. Now, who lives 48,000 years? No one. But when you count those years as 52 weeks, he lived 830 years. When I started to apply that formula to all the Sumerian kings list, I got a more reasonable date for when they lived. Now I just got to figure out which kings are they talking about, because the Sumerian king list is talking about the kings of Asher, not the kings of Shem. Noah might not even be mentioned there, but I got to figure that out. That was another great discovery this morning. Jehovah's showing us something, and this book may not be about the 10 days of awe. It may be about the early and latter day rains. it's changing. It's not going like this one. It's only supposed to be a couple pages going to write about. It's now turned into over 100 pages. And it's just amazing. It's just absolutely amazing how these early and latter day rains are applying to us and our history and the history of Judah. Even we talk about the Balfour Declaration, 1917. That wasn't anything. It was just a part of a process that began back in 1881. That whole process, 1881, 1894, 1904, 1905, the Ottoman Empire coming undone in 1908, 1914, then they declare war against the wrong people, and the rest is history. Jehovah has his hand in our lives all the time. And the more I look at this, the more I look at the calendar and the dates, the more I see, the more stunned I become that we get to be a part of it. And that is absolutely amazing. So I guess what I'm trying to say is just what I've learned by turning off my computer, turning off the social media, and just thinking about what he's doing and the amazing understandings that he's giving us. But we are that wheat at the end of the latter rains. So if the early rains sprouted up the kernels, and the latter rains help to nourish it into the dough stage or the worm stage, what happens after that? The rains stop. You may get a sprinkle here and there, but they're not heavy anymore. The rains stop. And when those rains stop, the kernel becomes dried out, the stalks turn golden, and that wheat becomes a hard kernel. What does the rains represent? It represents Jehovah's Holy Spirit being poured out on all flesh in the last days, like Joel talks about. So if his spirit is now, those rains have stopped, what's that mean? It's time for us to get our act together and know for sure what our faith is. Know for sure that you keep the Sabbath and the holy days for a reason. Not just because everyone else is doing it, but you know exactly why you're doing it. You keep the sabbatical years for a reason. Right now, it's the sabbatical year in Israel. Do you know why they do that? Do you know why they're wrong? Can you prove it? The holy days, we go by the crescent moon and the barley. Can you prove it? Do you know why? These are the things that makes your kernel hard, that makes you firm in the faith. So you need to study it. You need to prove it. And if you don't know it, go to sightofmoon.com, look under calendar issues, look under holy day topics. It's all right there. We've covered almost every subject. And if we haven't, write us and let us know, and we'll maybe do a subject on that part if we haven't covered already. Anyway, I'm just rambling on here, but this, for me, it's blowing my mind how each of you are part of this process. And it's just absolutely amazing. I don't know if I can put it in words, but I'll try. I'll see what I can do.
I think you did a real good job even putting it in the newsletter. When the website did go down this week, you seen the people praying. I mean, people were mad. Sighted moon is a huge gold nugget. It's that pearl you find where you go by the field, in my humble opinion.
No, thank you, Randy. And yeah, James, I told James take a look at this, and James and I, we talk to each other back and forth and sound things off and get frustrated and depressed and nothing's happening, spinning our wheels, nothing's going on. But we don't realize the reach that we've had. We just don't always grasp it. So those emails this week, those little notes, they were very moving, very motivational. And I want to thank all of you that did that and took the time to do that. James has still been working on the website. In fact, yesterday I called them up and said, "What'd you do? What'd you do?" Everything I posted in the newsletter wasn't there. So I panicked and started going through it again. It wasn't as bad as I thought, but I had to fix a bunch of stuff after I'd sent it out. So if you've already read through it, you may want to go through it again. It has been changed back to the way it originally was. Something happened. James is still working on the website. There's still things to be fixed. We've got some major decisions to make right now about the website and about what we're going to do and how we have to do it. So we could use your prayers on that. And I know that, after I sent out that email last week, within 4 hours, the site was restored. And I think James knows exactly he told me how bad the site was. He said it may be gone. And that sort of scared me. It may be gone. My baby may be gone. So, okay, long ramble here. Sorry, folks. Just going off. I'm just having one of those wow days. Anyway, we're going to do the Torah portion. Randy, is there something else I'm forgetting?
I think we're good.
Pardon me?
I think that's it, brother.
Okay. Little house rules. I want to welcome all the new people here and new people that are listening. And if you got a question, you got a comment about what we're talking about, there's a down here in the bottom under, where is it? Participant. How do you put your hand up here? Reactions?
Reactions, yes, sir.
Yeah, on the right-hand side at the bottom of your screen is reactions. You can put your hand up and I'll answer it. We get into these discussions and sometimes people just jump in. That's okay. You're allowed to do that. We do not want to talk over each other. So let everyone have their say. I will interrupt somebody if they start to ramble on too long, like I have just now. And try and keep it about what we're talking about in the different sections of the Bible that we're going to be reading today. We're doing the Torah portion. We do a 3.5 year Torah portion schedule according to the, so it's twice during a 7-year cycle. Paul, you got your hand up.
Yeah, Joe, what you just shared then, even though you might not realize it, but Gary shared on Friday evening here, very similar thought line that Jehovah is doing something and we've got to be ready. And being sprouting and doing lots of other things. So you and Gary need to have a good chat.
Very good. Thank you, Paul. I've found that in the past, Jehovah pours out his spirit on not just one person. So it's not just me, but on a number of different people at the same time, just in case somebody doesn't speak up, so that somebody will. And okay, Sarkis, go ahead. Let's see if you get shut off again. Then we'll know we're not going to let you talk today.
Well, here's the thing. You brought up something about challenging us in terms, how do we know Israel is keeping Shemitah year correctly? And that is a good question, because one of the things I was talking with my family last week, I said, the 6th year is coming. Are we expecting that Abba Father will give us double portion? Because we're planning to keep Sabbatical Year, and if you're not expecting to receive double portion, how are you going to keep Shemitah? And because if you're not preparing for it, you got to prepare to anticipate that He's going to give you double portion, and I expect that because we are faithful. But we're going to keep it whether we get it or not. The point is, look for it, ask for it, because you say you promised to give double portion, and
so let me just bring the thing that I say when people ask that or say that, and I'm not arguing with you, but I'm going to say, because a lot of people expect it, and it's like most people expect to go to heaven when they die, when they haven't done anything to get there.
Absolutely.
So when you're expecting a double portion, have you kept the Shemitah cycle? Have you kept the third tithe year and the third and sixth year? Did you keep the last sabbatical year 7 years before? Okay, so you just come into this and you're just starting it. Have you proven to him that you're going to keep it? Are you keeping the Sabbath? Are you keeping the holy days? Are you keeping them at the right time? Have you thrown your hands in the air and just gone with the Hillel calendar? Because it's a lot easier to do. What have you done to prove that you're worthy of a double portion? Well, that's faith by works. Yeah, it is. And faith, because it took a ton of faith just to do it. Right? Okay, so now, Sarkis, with that stipulation is, am I right in even saying that? Am I right in even thinking that? Do we keep the sabbatical year a double portion? You get a double portion whether or not you've obeyed before or not, or what?
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. If you're not obeying and you're not keeping, you're not practicing what we're just learning about, keeping the sabbatical years, keeping the moedims, keeping his commands, everything that you just said, expecting a double portion, that is not reality. That is wishy-washy. I mean, you're expecting something for not doing the work, and not
Okay,
having.
so
And it takes works and faith together.
okay, what about the new person who's just come in here? Was it, no, hang on, was it you that just learned about the sabbatical year just before the sabbatical year? That
Yes,
one?
no, I did it on the sabbatical year.
You did on the
We learned
sabbatical.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
We learned it a few weeks before it started, and that's when we met you.
Okay,
And
so
it
those
took us a
people,
while to prepare for sabbatical year. Let me tell you, it was a battle trying to
okay,
prepare within a few weeks.
did you get a double blessing that year?
You know what? Things changed dramatically when I started doing things. We had roller coaster because, that's part of experiencing what it means to be obedient, because we get tested. But in the process, things started to change. Things started to move. And because when I started to obey, I find out that I made mistakes and failed. But realizing I did, I would repent and go back to do it again. Because what is the whole purpose of, oh, I failed and give up? No, you just keep going. And was I able to do it 100%? No. But was I pursuing it to do it? Yes.
So I liken new people to the thief on the tree. He was a thief. And what did he steal? Who knows? But he was a Jewish thief, so he's probably keeping the Sabbath and the holy days, sort of, kind of. But he was still brought into the kingdom when Yeshua came out of the grave. So did this thief on the tree come out of the grave. So so you can't do it at the last minute if you just come into this. He's called you. He called you. So I don't want you to be going crazy because you can't do it. You're not going to be in the kingdom. You can be, but you got to want to do it. Okay, so that's again. So Sarkis is telling us he wanted to do it. He didn't know about it. Now he knows about it. Okay, now I got to do what do I got to do to obey this, and that's what he starts to do.
And
How do
so
we get
we
on
are
this?
we are preparing for sabbatical years in terms of food, what we're gonna eat, what we can't eat, and how to get ready when sabbatical year comes. How do we? So we're preparing now how we're gonna do it, because we experienced in 2016 how hard it was to do it when you had only a couple of weeks to do it.
Yeah.
And so we are doing that, and that's why, because I'm doing it, I know that Jehovah promised a double portion on the 6th year. I could say, Abba Father, you promised, and I'm not only keeping it, I'm doing my best to keep it, and pursuing it, And that is why I could say, let's expect the double portion.
So let me throw this at you. If you didn't get the double portion, if you're 6 years just the same as all the other years, nothing happens. Do you throw your hands up in the air and say, okay, I'm not keeping the sabbatical year?
No.
Well, if he didn't bless me in the 6th year, why should I keep the 7th year?
Well, maybe he's trying to teach me or show me things. I have no idea, but that's part of the process of learning to walk by faith.
Yeah. So that's the right answer. You know, you do it no matter what, whether you got
Yeah.
blessed or not. So
I don't do it just for blessing. I do it because that's it. That shows how I love him. If I want to demonstrate love to my Abba Father, is to do it, because it gets me closer to him, to learn what's his heart like, what he wants, what he wants to demonstrate how much he loves me and cares for me and my family and the people around me. That's how I know how to love him. It's
Mhm.
you know it's amazing when I put myself in my children's shoes, and when they were young, and how much they wanted to please me, even though I didn't do a good job as a father in some instances. But I realized, wow, children always look up to their parents for their love, for their approval, for their value. And it's the same thing as an adult. I have to, when I keep his commands, I'm looking at, wow, he loves me. He doesn't reject me. He values me. Those are things that today's society are struggling with. They feel abandoned. They feel rejected. They feel orphaned. They're not loved. They're worthless. That's what today's society is all about.
Yeah. Okay. Paul, go ahead. And then I think after Paul, we're going to start reading the Torah portion, and we'll get going into that.
Just a question that Sarkis, you are writing down, your whole family's backing you, which I can understand, but you're writing down what you need to have, what you really need, and maybe what you don't need because it's available, but you don't have to buy it, but you've got to stock it up anyway. Some of those ideas might be helpful, particularly for me, being that I've got to wade through the depth of this to get an understanding of that. What is God requiring us to set aside to prepare for the Shemitah year, and what don't we need really in that aspect of things? So it'd be good to get some sort of idea of lists or whatever to help those that don't know what to do, to at least put their mind into gear as to prepare, even in their heart, to do what God is requiring.
We do have newsletters in the archive section covering a lot of these different things that we've done in the past. So basically, you eat 2 meals a day if you're lucky, and you figure out what you need to make those meals, and then you multiply that out over the year. So if you have a can of beans per week, then you need 50 cans of beans for 52 weeks, right? Or if you're going to do 180 like into the next year for 6 months, you'll need another 25 cans of beans, 1 per week. And it's just doing it like that. You end up not having to eat all that stuff because you have too much. You just plan it. I'm going to eat what you do in a grocery list this week. You don't eat it all. Some of that carries over in the next week. Okay, so now you multiply that out over the course of a year. I use one bottle of ketchup over 2 months. So I will need, so that's six bottles of ketchup, right, for a year. And that's just what you do. So, Randy, I don't seem to be able to have control here of, I can't Unless Paul's got his hand stuck up there, I cannot remove his hand. So, okay.
Can I add to that? I apologize.
Yep.
Yeah, Shmira is not only about food preparation, all that. We're talking. My family, I was just sharing with them. We're talking about because I'm involved. I work in the agricultural field, and how am I going to still support people to grow crops? And that means it affects my business. And that, how do I do that? And so one of the things we're praying about is, do I spend time in, do I shift gear into saying, okay, um, if we're expecting double portion, that mean he's going to give us double portion this year financially? So next year I could take time off and spend time in ministry, trying to reach out to people and show them more of the heart of Abba Father from Scripture, and put more time into it instead of working. So we're looking into a lot of things. Just it's not only food; it's about doing other things as well.
So I worked in construction, and I wrestled with a similar type of issue. What is it that is being spoken of here? It's the things you eat. So I was worried about sand and gravel, the things I got from the earth, lumber. Okay, are we harvesting trees? Okay, trees, yes. Harvesting gravel. What do I do? How do I do this? Okay, so like our society is not geared to this. But if our society was, we would have a stockpile of gravel, a stockpile of sand to use over the course of the next year if we needed it. In my thinking, the same, all the trees would be already cut for lumber. So you wouldn't be harvesting any new trees in the sabbatical year. Okay, so you're in agriculture, but the society around you doesn't keep it. So then can I separate the wood, the 2x4s that were chopped this year from the 2x4s that were chopped last year? I can't do it. It's, it's almost impossible. I'm looking at Kurt, bags of cement harvested from the lime from the ground, right? Clay for the bricks, right? So what's he talking about here? It's a Sabbath. What do you do for the Sabbath? You prepare the meal the night before. The Sabbath is the sabbatical year. They're the same. What are you preparing the day before? The meal, the food, the things you eat. You don't go shopping on the Sabbath. You don't prepare meals on the Sabbath. You have them done the day before. Okay. Well, if you're not working on the Sabbath, then you're not going out and chopping down trees. Sabbatical year. Okay. Now, this is where the people say they're taking the sabbatical and they're just taking time off of work for a year. Okay. Is a school teacher teaching a sabbatical year wrong? No. Construction during the sabbatical year, Herod built all the major projects in Israel during sabbatical years because all the farmers didn't have work to do, so he put them to work in the sabbatical year. He built the temple, he built Caesarea, he built what's that other big place, the Herodium, right? All done during sabbatical years. So you got to figure out, you can go to the extreme and just destroy the meaning, or you can focus on the true meaning of it. It says, do not harvest, do not plant during the sabbatical year. It says, store up food in the 6th year, right? Forgive debts in the sabbatical year. So these are themes that you can develop out of that. The whole society shutting down during a sabbatical year, I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we can go that far yet. So again, each person's got to figure out what they're going to do and then do that. All we have for instructions basically is Leviticus 25. Sombra. You see what happens after I say we're going to have one more person speak?
So, you know, in the years when all this was written, most of us were farmers. Most of us were producing food. We live in a society today where we give that job to farmers to grow our food. So if a farmer has to shut down his income for the year, then that farmer is now the poor in our community, and we should be tithing to that farmer so that
No,
he
stop.
can.
It does not say that at all.
It may not say that
does
at all.
not even imply that you are to tithe to the farmer.
So you're saying that the
No,
farmer
I'm not saying, you're saying, and I'm correcting you. The farmer is not poor here. Don't even go there.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. Why is it only the farmers that don't have an income during that year?
Because you just said we were all farmers. Everyone had their farm at that time.
At that
Everyone.
time, but not today. I
No.
don't grow my food,
Okay.
and I live
So-
live on land. I don't grow the bulk of my food.
So who changed?
I changed.
There you go. The law doesn't change.
Okay, so if I want my neighbor farmer to keep the sabbatical year,
You
I
don't
not?
you don't want them to. They're going to be obeying God. They're going to want to do it themselves.
Is it not in my best interest as a member of the community who has to help the one who has not? Is it
Yes,
not
that would-
also a principle of the scriptures?
Okay.
That if
That
I
would
am,
be the case. That would be the case. But the farmer, you have to teach him that this year is his best year, that God wants to bless him, so that next year he has a choice. Just like all of us have a choice. We don't
So-
have a choice about some things today.
So, Sombra, you're getting two things mixed up. You're mixing up us who are trying to obey and putting us into a society where everyone obeys, and we aren't in that society.
right.
And then you're trying to bring the society that doesn't obey into terms with us so that they do obey, and that's not happening. So you do not tithe to the farmer. There is no command, no hint of that anywhere in the Bible.
Okay, but in your newsletter, you talked about how when you went to the synagogue, you brought the rhubarb and the something else, and they didn't understand what you were doing. And people were asking you, well, if I don't grow any food, I don't have to do it. Where'd Joe go? There he is. I don't have to do it. And then you said, no, it's not about that. You can bring money as your first fruit offering. So then why? If it's supposed to be all of us. Sorry, Stuart's coming here.
You're losing me in your thoughts here. I don't know where you're going or coming from now.
I think that principle of generosity and helping builds the community.
Okay, so you're talking about two different things. It's generosity is something that goes on all the time. Sabbatical year comes around once every 7th year. Right? Generosity goes on all the time.
Okay, but I'm hearing what Sarkis is saying. He says to his customers, you need to keep the sabbatical year. And the customer turns around to him and says, yeah, what are you doing to keep the sabbatical year? Because Sarkis isn't going to go without an income during the sabbatical year, but the farmer is.
Farmer gets a double portion in 6 years. He sells a double portion to us that need to buy a double portion in 6 years.
This is true. Right.
Problem solved.
Stuart is trying to show me the economics of it. If the farmer grows twice as much as he normally does in the 6th year, then he's going to earn twice as much as he normally does in that 6th year, which will carry him through to the 7th year. Yes, I get that part. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
I doubt that, but thank you. So go back. The farmer's told, it says in Leviticus 25, that if you say, what will we eat in the 7th year? He says, I will give you a double portion in the, why don't we just go there and read it? Leviticus 25. Leviticus 25. Where does it say about and if you say, what shall we eat? Verse 20. And if you say, what shall we eat in the 7th year, since we shall not sow nor gather in our produce, then I will command my blessing on you in the 6th year, and it will bring forth produce enough for 3. It's not a double portion. So Sarkis has led us astray. It's, I will lead you, where'd I go? Then I will command my blessing on you in the 6th year, and it will bring forth produce enough for 3 years. Why 3 years?
That's a triple portion.
It's a triple, yeah, but why 3 years? Think about this.
Because you can't eat until you can harvest your crops. It's not about sowing your crops, it's about harvesting your crops.
So you harvest your barley when? After Sukkot. When do you harvest barley? After barley, yes.
You don't harvest barley after
Passover.
Sukkot. After Passover.
You plant barley after Sukkot.
Okay.
You harvest, did I say harvest twice?
No, you said you harvest barley after Sukkot.
You harvest barley after Passover.
Right.
So if Aviv 1 starts the sabbatical year, you can't harvest the barley. So then that next winter, you can't plant the barley because it's a sabbatical year, which means you can't harvest it when the sabbatical year is over. Well, you could if it's wild. And then you plant it again the next year. That's when you can plant barley again. So there's 3 years before you can plant barley or you can reap barley. That's why he's saying 3 years.
So then the support I'm giving to the farmer is I'm buying from the farmer and not letting his triple portion go rotten.
Oh, he can store it up.
Right.
Or you store it up because you're the farmer.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Joe, there's a loss here. So I think just after you do Passover, you've got to harvest. If you don't harvest, it's the choice to eat what grows of itself, is it not?
Yeah.
So all the people are allowed to go in and take their omar or their bushel of wheat to eat what grows of itself for a certain period of time. Then the next section. All
the land belongs to everybody. Nobody owns any individual part of the land.
That's right. So everybody has to then go out to where the farmer is and have enough, but not to store up. Can only eat what grows of itself. As you shared with us about your apple tree, you took off the apples that were fresh, and then all of a sudden someone decided to harvest a whole lot and preserve them, and the tree died or something else died. We can only eat what grows of itself so that others may share in that blessing from the land where we don't sow and reap and sell it. It is free for everybody. Is that not what you're trying?
It is. You got to read all of Leviticus. Right now, we're just focusing on the 6th year and the 7th year. What are you doing? Talking about food. Okay. Philemon, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for the discussion over the sabbatical.
Philemon, you might have to turn off your video because we can't hear you. You may not have enough bandwidth to do that.
You now get me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sam. the issue of sabbatical year, I wanted to ask in our case, we always look for what we are eating on a particular day. Like when we go to fish, we fish for food for that day and it ends. 2, I have 84 children in our camp. If I don't grow crops, if I don't fish next year, how will it happen? And is it practical in our case? Because we always, what we eat, we have to look for that particular day. It has been my concern. I had never practiced it. I've never learned of it before because we
Okay.
are just 2 years old into Torah.
Very good. Excellent question. First of all, fish is not part of the sabbatical year. You can fish all the time, anytime, except on Sabbath or holy day. But you can fish. Fish is not a stipulation during the sabbatical year. The same as, and I'm not sure, you guys eat cattle in Kenya, do you not?
Sorry again?
Do you eat cattle?
Cattle.
Cows.
Cows, oh, cows. Yeah, we have cows, but because of drought, in
But
my
you-
community, we don't keep several of them. People can have at most 1, 2.
But you do eat them.
Yes, we eat
Okay.
cows.
Okay. So during a sabbatical year, you can eat cows, you can eat fish, you can eat meat. It's not a stipulation. The only stipulation is what comes out of the earth. So if you have not been keeping the sabbatical years or the Sabbath or the holy days as a country for a very long time, then you are going to have troubles getting these blessings. But if you have started to obey God and you are obeying God to the best of your ability, as Sarkis was saying beforehand, he will bless you in your situation. You can go out and harvest what grows of itself in the land and eat it that day, which is what you said you're already doing. Whatever you can find, you can eat. In the sabbatical year, now the rule is, that says everybody's doing it, you can eat what other people grow on their land. So whatever Sombra's got growing in her garden is open for anybody coming by. Whatever I have in my garden, anybody can come and get some, right? We all share the land, but the animals also have the right to that produce as well. So the rabbits and the animals can come into our gardens, eat what they want. We can't stop them. Now you have a different situation there in Kenya. If you're obeying, then Jehovah is going to bless you. But you got to obey. And that's going to be the challenge for you and everyone there, to obey and to learn and to put these practices into reality so that you can reap the blessings of them.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy that now we are starting it here in Kenya. I'm already 3 years in this, and we are raising a generation that is going to start it. And I believe with the help of Elohim, everybody shall get to know at one time, because we are training our children also to come up and take from us. So I'm very happy when learning about this. One thing that I would also ask, just for clarity, is that in the sabbatical year, from what I'm getting now, is the only thing that we are not allowed to do is till the land, but the rest we can just do. That's right.
You cannot. So we go back to Leviticus 25. It says, do not plant. Let me just get it here, so that you're not getting Joe Dumond's perverted versions. Leviticus 25, where'd you go? You get the Torah perspective. 25:1, And the Lord said to, and the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land which I give you, then the land shall keep a Sabbath to the Lord. 6 years you shall sow your field, and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather its fruit. But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord. You shall neither sow your field nor prune your vineyard. What grows of its own accord of your harvest, you shall not reap, which means you shall not harvest, nor gather the grapes of your untended vine. So when I read that, I mean, it's almost like telling me grapes are off the list here. Because they're not tended, you can't even eat them. Of your untended vine, for is a year of rest to the land, and the Sabbath produce of the land shall be food for you, for your male and female servants, your hired man, and the stranger who dwells with you, for your livestock and the beasts that are in your land, and its produce shall be for food. Okay, so whatever grows, you can eat. You can't plant and you can't harvest. So if you have a bunch of beans that grew by themselves, they just came up by themselves, you can eat them or have them for supper that night, or you can pick enough of them to have them for supper for 2 nights. But you cannot pick them and put them in the freezer or put them in the storage to have them next winter. It's just on a daily basis during a sabbatical year. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you very much. I get it right there, and I'm happy for that. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. James, you wanted to say something?
No, actually, you just covered it. It was more along the lines of why he needs to keep it and what is it specifically for. So I think you covered that with the Torah portion. Thanks.
Okay, so when we stop and think about this for a minute, during the year, the land grows all the time. It grows all the time. It doesn't get to rest on the Sabbath. It still has to grow your food. So when you take all those days and you add them up, it adds up to be 300 and what? There's 52 weeks in a year times 7. Add that up. 354 days, something like that. 364 days. So the sabbatical year gives the land a Sabbath, the same as you've been enjoying the rest of the time. Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to help Philemon think about this. I've done the sabbatical year in the past, and I'm actually going to type some things up this year to help people, but very practical advice. You're saying, there's 84 children in the community. How do I feed them? One of my situation is my wife is like, we have our 2 kids and I don't want them to be deprived. I want them to be healthy and stuff. I learned during the year, and I kind of calculated it by looking at what I purchased ahead of the sabbatical year, and found that bare minimum for us, for each person, a 50-pound bag of flour per person gave me enough to make bread for the year. I baked my own bread. I actually bought a little machine that bakes it a little easier than doing it in the oven, but I did in the oven too. I know Joe, he bought a freezer and bought loaves of bread already made and put it in the freezer. For me, I made the bread myself. So I found that bread was the flour was easy to store, didn't take much room. And the next time I'm going to get a little more than 50 pounds because I found that what happened this sabbatical year last time, there was an extra month. And being a nerd that I am, I'm a scientist, engineer. I like planned it to the penny for 12 months instead of 13. There was an extra month. So I had to go to my mom and say, hey, you got any leftover flour? And so I went a little over 50 pounds. General 50-pound bag of flour. Let's say it's very expensive and it costs you a day's wages to buy a bag of flour. In the United States, a bag of flour might cost $50 for a very large 50-pound bag of really good flour. That's
a day's wages for a lot of people, $50 after taxes. Other countries, it's much cheaper. We pay for a lot of packaging and shipping, things like that. The other thing you might think, well, what else do I eat? I eat a lot of rice. So you just this year take calculation how much you eat like in a month and think, hey, I might get 2 bags of rice, a 20-pound bag of rice. Basically in the United States, you can think of a US dollar is going to pay for 1 pound of rice or 1 pound of flour. Sugar is about twice as much. But I found that, God blessed me ahead of time to where it wasn't that hard to say, I'm going to buy a bag of flour and set it aside. And the stores here, they have bakeries, and they kind of have a lot of waste in the United States. They have bakeries and they say, we'll just throw these buckets away. And I said, hey, can I have the buckets from the bakery? And I stored things in that so insects wouldn't get it. The other thing, and I won't stay too much on this prepping type stuff, but you get flour, put it in the freezer or put it in a cold place for like 24 hours. Make sure there's no weevils or anything like that, or eggs. And that way, that when you put it in the bucket, you're not going to open the bucket and it has a bug in it. Kind of a odd thing to happen. It happens to some people. But what you'll find, you'll realize that God will bless you because you're keeping the Torah. He will give you that ability in the 6th year to where it's not going to be a hardship for you to go out and buy an extra bag of flour or two and set it aside. The hardship will be for your community with 84 children. Those aren't your children. Those are your community's children. The community is going to have to pull in there and buy stuff for their children as well, and not say, well, Philemon, he's stored a lot of stuff. Well, you can't store 50 pounds of flour, a bag of flour for all 84 people. They're going to have to help out. If they don't, and I've seen this in the last sabbatical year, the ones that don't have hardship, and you don't. And for next time, I'm going to have a little extra so that I can help other people, so that like my mom runs short, I'll be able to help. But I would take, and this is advice to everybody in here, take track of what you're purchasing. And you're going to find it's not that bad. And you're going to find that in the stores at harvest time, there's things that are super cheap. The stores, when corn comes in or beans come in, they're very cheap at harvest time. And then they kind of double in price a month later, when they've sold it all. Keep track of that this year and buy things that store well. And you're going to find that, what Joe said, a lot of the things that you're already eating, like meats and cheeses and milk, those you can eat anyway. You can eat those fresh. It's going to be just some of the staples that are going to be the ones you're going to have to think about. So spend the time over the next couple of months saying, what am I eating? How much does it take? How much? So when you find it's not that bad, you're actually going to save a lot of money because you're going to hey, I planned this out. People that don't plan tend to spend more money. But I don't want to go any further on this. I'll try to type some of this up over the next year for people, but I don't want to keep talking about this and study a Bible.
In here then.
Yeah.
Right now, Kenya is in the grips of a drought. Everything's dying.
Yep.
Nothing's growing. There's nothing green to eat. Unless you have water that you can water plants and maintain them. I posted a few weeks ago, herds of giraffes dropping dead. Herds of other animals just dropping dead. Herds of cattle are dropping dead. The farmers can't keep the cattle alive. They don't have water. And if they got water, they don't have grass to feed the cattle. Kenya is in a severe, now they want to call it global warming. It is not global warming. It's Jehovah punishing Kenya. Not just Kenya, he's punishing the rest of the world. We in North America, we're fat. We have been blessed by Jehovah. Not because we're good, not because we're better, not because we're white. We've been blessed by Jehovah because he made a promise to Abraham. And he is keeping that promise come hell or high water. He's going to keep that promise to Abraham, that his kids would be amongst the richest, most blessed, control the gates of their enemies as compared to the rest of the people of the earth. But those people that have had all these blessings have become stupid.
Yeah.
And haven't appreciated nothing. And now take God out of everything and dismiss him as nothing, that we've got all this because of our superior knowledge, which is poppycock.
Yeah, what
To
I'm
those-
trying to get across is even in a poor country like Kenya, even though they're suffering from the past, the people that are keeping the Torah, God will bless them this year because they're doing it. And surely they'll a family, I'm not talking about the whole country, I'm talking about an individual family, will be blessed enough to buy a bag of wheat and buy a bag of rice and set it aside. I believe that. And the first time you do the sabbatical year, and this is for everybody here, you're going to find some things that, oh, I didn't prepare for that. I didn't buy that. And that's where neighbors come in handy, other believers come in handy, because, you know, they're going to help out. That's when the community comes in. But for the individual, I think, like I said a minute ago, you're talking a day's wages. There's somewhere in the year, I believe, in that 6th year, just like before the Sabbath, God will bless people enough to at least have a couple extra days' wages to put aside some things. If it's not done perfect, hey, Hezekiah didn't do things perfect when he got Passover even, but it'll still, God will see the effort. And I think he'll bless people. I realize that, you know, I'm talking from a Westerner American, like you said, that's fat, but I've seen the blessings other places as well. You know, look at what's happened in the Philippines. You know, since they've gone the walk, they've been able to do great things. And the same thing in Africa, I've seen changes. You know, the thing that's been built there, the schools and stuff.
So the community's got to step up to this. You have water. You can figure out how to get the water up to the plants, start watering them. Again, you have a different situation, but you also have been called by Jehovah. And because of that, he's called you to obey. The test is whether or not you will. As you obey, he blesses you more. That is the test. As he blesses you more, you obey more. The miracles happen. It's difficult to describe. It's always hard to explain, but it's real and it does happen. So it's taking that step. First step, okay, I'm going to keep the Sabbath week after week after week. And then the next step, okay, the holy days as they come around. Now here we're coming to a bigger test, the sabbatical year. And the things that you're going to learn, you're doing physical things to learn spiritual values in all of this. So, okay. I don't even know who's reading Exodus 23. We're going to go to Exodus 23. We're going to start reading it. And who's up for that?
That's me, Patty.
Go ahead, Patty.
Can I ask one question before we move?
I tried. Go ahead, Philip.
Yes. Just on the sabbatical year, as we move, in where we are, we have crops that are like bananas. When you plant bananas, they are just there. So, and we have crops that goes round and round, like say corn, potatoes, vegetables. So in the sabbatical year, do we cut down all the bananas in the farm, or we just let them, we weed them, or how do we behave with crops like banana? I have some trees of bananas.
Okay, so on a banana tree, you have to cut down the tree in order to get the bananas. And when you cut down the tree, that's how the next crop begins, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you cut down the tree, cut it down to get your bananas, but you're not cutting those bananas down. Here's the thing, you're not cutting those bananas down to sell at market or to sell it. You're cutting those bananas down to eat and to share with everyone, and that's it. If they come back in the sabbatical year, you can cut them down again to get the bananas and eat them. That's great, but you're not planting a banana tree. Potatoes, here's what I used to do for potatoes. I would take all my potatoes and take them out the year before, and then I would build piles of hills of potatoes and stick my potatoes in there in the fall, not in the spring. So normally we plant our potatoes in the springtime here. I would stick them in the ground in the fall. They would freeze and then they get rotten. And what happens is those potatoes will start coming up. And there's other places where I planted potatoes and I moved them around and then I'd miss some. Those potatoes came out of the ground year after year after year after year. And I realized I don't always have to plant potatoes. I just have to leave some behind so they grow again. Corn. Corn will grow on its own if you let the cobs fall to the ground with the corn still on them. You got to think, what is the life cycle of each plant? How can I get that life cycle to work so that it works in my favor so I don't have to plant? Right? We think that we have to sow the ground every year. We have to plow it and turn everything upside down, then plant. Well, guess what? The wheat fields are growing wheat year after year after year, and they've never been harvested. They do it by themselves. And the root system goes down, 50 feet into the ground some places. But once we start cutting it, that root system dies, and we only get a root system next year of a couple inches. So the crops that you have, what is the life cycle of those crops already? Your soybeans, your sorghum, corn, potatoes. If you plant them in the ground in the fall or the off season or the rainy season, then you don't have to wait till the beginning of the dry season to plant them like we do here in North America. So you got to study the crops and learn, can you plant them at other times and let them plant themselves? And I know in a community where everyone's starving because there's no food anywhere, you eat up everything, then you have nothing that comes up of its own. And this is the thing you're going to have to overcome. There's a lot there, and I know that we're talking different economies, different opportunities. I understand that, but we can help you, but you gotta do the work. You got to figure it out for your area. Everyone's got to do that. Did that answer it, Philemon? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on the scripture reading too. And this goes for people in all countries. If they're, America, we have poor that are like saying, well, how can I store up? I don't have that great a job. How am I going to store things up? Scriptures tell you, if you believe the scriptures, he says, I'll bless you in that 6th year. Look for the blessings. Look for it to happen. And also be prepared to how to deal with those blessings. With food, I know from, my family's, they come from places where we farmed, and we learned ways of how do we store this food to make it through the winter. And, like bananas during the sabbatical year, I actually had dried bananas. And because I'm like, here we only, we can't grow bananas here natively where I could go pick them off the tree. An apple tree I could go pick because that grows native. But yeah, I wanted bananas. So the year ahead, I figured out a way to dry them and store them. And that's something, when you see the blessings in this 6th year coming up, at the same time, think, hey, God's blessing me, and I didn't have this last year. How can I store this for the following year? Because that's why he's doing it. Don't overlook that. Because you don't want to overlook that and enjoy it this year. Just, oh, this was great blessing this year, and the next year realize I'm not prepared. And that's just, part of it. It's a learning curve for me as well as everybody else, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready?
I was afraid to say your name.
Exodus 23. Do not bring a false report. Do not put your hand with the wrong to be a malicious witness. Do not follow a crowd to do evil, nor bear witness in a strife so as to turn aside after many, to turn aside what is right. And do not favor a poor man in his strife. When you meet your enemy's ox or his donkey going astray, you shall certainly return it to him. When you see the donkey of him who hates you lying under its burden, you shall refrain from leaving it to him. You shall certainly help him. Do not turn aside the right ruling of your poor in his strife. Keep yourself far from a false matter, and do not kill the innocent and the righteous, for I do not declare the wrong right. And do not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the seeing one and twists the words of the righteous. And do not oppress a sojourner, as you yourselves know the heart of a sojourner, because you were sojourners in the land of Mitzrayim. And for 6 years you are to sow your land, and shall gather its increase. But the 7th year you are to let it rest, and shall leave it, and the poor of your people shall eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field eat. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive yard. 6 days you are to do your work, and on the 7th day you rest, in order that your ox and your donkey might rest, and the son of your female servant and the sojourner be refreshed. And in all that I have said to you, take heed, and make no mention of the name of other mighty ones. Let it not be heard from your mouth. 3 times in the year you are to celebrate a festival to me. Guard the festival of Matzot. 7 days you eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, at the time appointed in the new moon of Aviv. For in it you came out of Mitzrayim, and do not appear before me empty-handed. And the festival of the harvest, the first fruits of your labor which you have sown in the field, and the festival of the ingathering at the outgoing of the year, when you have gathered in the fruit of your labors from the field. 3 times in the year all your males are to appear before the Master Yehovah. Do not slaughter the blood of my slaughtering with leavened bread, and the fat of my festival shall not remain until morning. Bring the first of the firstfruits of your land into the house of Yehovah, your Elohim. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. See, I am sending a messenger before you to guard you in the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Be on guard before him and obey his voice. Do not rebel against him, for he is not going to pardon your transgression, for my name is in him. But if you diligently obey his voice and shall do all that I speak, then I shall be an enemy to your enemies and a distresser to those who distress you. For my messenger shall go before you and shall bring you into the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I shall cut them off. Do not bow down to their mighty ones, nor serve them, nor do according to their works, but without fail overthrow them, and without fail break down their pillars. And you shall serve Yehovah your Elohim, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I shall remove sickness from your midst. None shall miscarry or be barren in your land. I shall fill the number of your days. I shall send my fear before you and cause confusion among all the people to whom you come, and make all your enemies turn their backs to you. And I shall send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before you. I shall not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become a waste and the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. Little by little I shall drive them out from before you, until you have increased and you inherit the land. And I shall set your border from the Sea of Reeds to the Sea of the Philistines, and from the wilderness to the river. For I shall give the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. Do not make a covenant with them, nor with their mighty ones. Let them not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me when you serve their mighty ones, when it becomes a snare to you.
Thank you, Patty. Anybody got any comments or questions? Okay, what's the obvious one here? Paul, go ahead.
Do not make a covenant with the people of the land. Does that mean we shouldn't listen to the things that they want to present to us, that we should just listen to Jehovah? And I mean, with what is happening around the world at the moment, everybody's listening because the government says you must do this.
No, hang on. It says do not make a covenant.
Yeah, but a covenant is where you receive what they are giving out.
No, a covenant is where you make a deal between two parties. It's a contract. Okay.
So when you accept what they're doing, is that not a contract?
No, you're living in the land. You are an ambassador to the kingdom of Jehovah in the country of Australia.
So I have to separate myself from the land if I'm not to do what they're saying I should do. Is that what's coming out here?
You're going to do what Torah says to do as an ambassador of the kingdom of Jehovah.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
And as such, you have to live in the country that you're in, and you're to pray for the leadership of that country so that you can go about peaceably doing Jehovah's business.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
now,
I see.
if that country goes to war, again, that gets into another issue, but you're an ambassador to Jehovah, but you're also part of that country.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. All right.
okay. So the first of your first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. Where'd that come from? Out of the blue. What's he talking about? You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until morning. And then all of a sudden he says, you shall not boil a young goat in his mother's milk. What?
Passover out of Egypt.
What? Mother's milk, goats in his mother's milk, that's Passover? What are you talking about?
That was the stipulation, that they are not to cook the goat in its mother's milk, but they were to roast it. It's a stipulation not to cook it in its mother's milk. It's a Passover meal.
Well, is this why we don't mix meat and dairy today?
I don't know, Joseph. I haven't understood that part of it.
That's the part I'm asking about.
Okay.
This goat, you know, it's not talking about Passover here, is it? You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until morning. Okay, that's Passover. The first of the first fruits of the land you shall bring into the house of the Lord. Okay, that's Passover. Okay, that's maybe, Paul, you are right. It's got to do with Passover. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. Where's that in Passover? You said it's roasting. You got to roast the goat. Okay. At Passover today, they take a chicken, they wring its neck, and they spin it over their head 7 times. Why don't you do that? Judah does it.
Passover or Yom Kippur?
I thought it was Passover. Could be Yom Kippur. I don't know. It's not in this book, so how do I know where it comes from?
If it's not in the book, who's it belong to?
Well, the Jews are doing it today.
Yeah, but who's it belong to? Did Jehovah say to do that or not?
Well, I don't know. He's
It's in-
talking
if
here
it's
about
not in,
you shall not
you
boil a
said if
young
it's
goat
not
in
in
his
the-
mother's milk. Where'd that come from?
well, that's what Moses told the children of Israel before the thing. Do not boil. And then Abraham also did that too, but he boiled a goat in its mother's milk, and so he cooked the goat. So
Oh, Abraham
the
did
question-
that? Hang on. Where did Abraham do that?
when the 3 Jehovah and the 2 angels rocked up at his door, and
So that's
he asked
Genesis, what? That's Sodom and Gomorrah, so it's Genesis 17.
so when he did that, he baked 2 leavened cakes. It was just before Passover, and he cooked the goat in its mother's milk, and he gave it to the 3, and they ate, and he
Okay,
washed their feet.
let's see if we can find what you're saying here, Paul. The Lord appeared to him by the terebinth tree in memory. I'm in Genesis 18. So at verse 2, so he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed himself to the ground and said, my Lord, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass on by your servant. Please let a little water be brought and wash your feet and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will bring a morsel of bread that you may refresh your hearts. And after you may pass, inasmuch as you have come to your servant. They said, do as you have said. So Abram hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, quickly, make ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it and make cakes. And Abram ran to the herd, took a tender and good calf, gave it to a young man, and he hastened to prepare it. So he took butter and milk and the calf, which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree as they ate. So he's talking about a calf there with milk. And in Exodus, we are talking about a goat being boiled in its mother's milk.
I thought it was a goat that he presented to the 3, not a calf. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Don't be sorry. The goat and his mother's milk and the calf, they are connected in modern, I believe, Judaism, which is why because they have a problem with Abraham doing that, because they don't eat meat with milk. They don't eat meat with dairy products today. It has to do with this verse in Leviticus 23. But they dismiss Abraham's, okay, because Abraham proves what they're doing to be wrong. What are we talking about here in Leviticus 23? Verse 19.
It also comes back to when Jesus was talking with the Pharisees in the New Testament. You do what your father does. If you did what Abraham did, you'd know me. The comment that Jesus made about the Pharisees and how they only did what their father did, which was to disagree with Yehshua. But Yehshua said, if you knew Father Abraham, you would know me. And this is the distinction. They're being separating themselves with different understandings instead of going back and studying what Abraham did. They're missing the understanding that he put in there as well, which was he actually washed the feet of Jesus at that point, which was the day before Passover, which is what Jesus did to the disciples. It's a relative copy of what's going on. So it was a thing before Passover to be done. So I don't know. It's something that's just connected there.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with this goat here
No, I
being
agree.
boiled in its mother's milk.
Sargis had his hand up, sorry.
Maryland milk typifies milk of the word, the life supply of Christ. Milk is for new believers. New believers need nourishment in Christ. Do not kill them by the letter of the word. Okay, I'm going to say no, it's got nothing to do with this. Sarkis, help us out.
I think it has to do with the culture, because it's talking about when you get into the land here. And the pagan culture, they practice strange things. And I do remember when I grew up, I visited a festival where they would take just barely born baby goat, or they slaughter a pregnant baby, a pregnant goat or sheep, and they would take the babies and boil them in the milk. And it's a delicacy, and I've eaten them, so I could say that. And it's a cultural thing that has to do with paganism, and what he was trying to show here is the importance of not following pagan culture, traditions, and practices. And otherwise, you won't see anywhere the concept of cooking meat in your. I mean, there's a lot of today. If you go to many cultures, people have dairy. Yogurt and milk products mixed with meat. But it all goes back to pagan cultures. And if we don't know it, then we'll repeat the same mistakes, the same things. And Jehovah wants to separate us from their practices.
Okay, Susan has mentioned here that Deuteronomy 14:21 has the same command. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. Okay, Sarkis is saying this has to do with the culture of the land at the time. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say right in the middle of keep the 6 days, keep the festival. Then in verse 13, he says, and make no mention of the name of other mighty ones. Let it not be heard from your mouth. Right in the middle. So in other words, he wants us to follow him, and definitely no mixing. Don't follow whatever's in the land that they come upon.
Okay, so you're on the right track. Anyone else? Mike, you had your hand up there before. You got something?
Yeah, that's what Sarkis said is what I've heard. It's that was a culture, and in context, he says later, a few sentences later, and don't do things to other gods. And I've heard that in the Canaanite culture there was a practice of doing that, and it was a ritual to a pagan god. The other thing I've heard, and this is I think this was wrong, but I toss it out there. I've heard this in the Sunday church years ago. They're like, all this is to respect nature. Obviously, the mother gave birth to this. You don't want to, that's just not right to do. I disagree with that, but I've heard that. I think more is what Sarkis said.
Yeah, it is. Sarkis was on the right track, and Patty's got a couple good leads here. We don't mention other gods in verse 13. And then at the end of this chapter, you're told, if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to you. So if you serve their gods, when you keep Christmas and Easter, and like the whole society sucks you into that, it's going to be a snare to you. It's going to be disastrous for you. So that's giving you a couple clues here. What's he talking about? Serving. So in the Canaanite cult, Sarkis, go ahead.
It's similar to offering children to Molech. You see, it dulls you. If you could do what you're doing to a baby animal, it dulls the human sense, what it does to its own offspring. It's just the similarity there. It's really creepy.
Until you said it, I hadn't thought of that. Now it is creepy. Now I can't get that
it
thought out
is
of my head.
because it dulls us. It dulls.
Yeah. That's
the
what I was saying.
of humanity being a parent, being a father and a mother. I mean, it's really.
That's why I've heard it's a respect of God's creation, his nature thing. That's where the other half I've heard. Yeah.
Animal cruelty.
Yeah, but that's not what this is about.
No, that's what I said. I didn't think it was about, but I've heard that. And it's a good point. I don't think it's what it means, but it's a good point.
Yeah, but animal cruelty, it changes definition of what is abortion, because we have to understand what the enemy does. It changes definitions. Instead of saying, and by changing definition, we are being compassionate toward nature instead of being zealous for Jehovah and say, wow, that goes against Jehovah's heart. That's why we have abortion. It's similar. It's so crazy.
Yeah. So Michelle's asking, can I eat a cheeseburger, which is dairy and meat? Yes, of course you can. But just not when you're in amongst Orthodox Jewish people, because you're going to offend them. This goat in his mother's milk is a Canaanite aphrodisiac. It was done, and now you double check me, I'm going off a lot of memory here. It's done to inspire fertility in the participants, to the god of fertility. Who's the god of fertility? Semiramis, Noah's wife. So this is done to that nature. Again, just go look it up. Nehemiah has a good teaching on it. But that's what that's about. It's not got anything to do with Passover. It has to do with fertility. The spring fertility rites are done, well, at springtime, Passover time.
So
that's why we got Easter eggs and bunnies. Go ahead.
So Easter is that fertility time is when they do it.
Yep.
And that's where the Jews are getting the two mixed up. That's where they're trying to keep them separate. But then it goes further than that, because it then goes to Christmas, where the children are born because of that fertility rite, and they kill them on the altar of Molech. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah.
I want to throw something out.
That's what you.
I'm
That's
not
what
saying
you're
you
doing
can
with the
do
lamb.
that, but your thinking is, I'm saying you're thinking that you're doing, yes, that all makes sense.
Okay.
Michelle.
I had always heard that Molech was Santa, and that Santa was an old ancient god that was, they used to stoke it up, get it really hot in fire, and then passing your kids through the fire by putting them in the hands of this, sacrificing the babies on it, and that putting your kids on Santa's lap is like a reenaction of passing your children into the fire of Molech. And I don't know if that's true, but that's something that I've heard.
Okay, so you've got the Christmas tradition, which started in the 1800s and has blown up since then. You have the Moloch tradition, which started back before Israel entered the Promised Land and was going on by the Canaanites. And you have these things are all being passed down from the time of Nimrod and that era with Cush, Nimrod, and the generations that followed after them. And with each generation, as you go from one society to the next, certain traditions are brought and lost, and then they become blended. And I don't agree with everything you just said, Michelle, but you're blending all the traditions, mashing them into one thing. I'm not saying that it's wrong. But it makes us sound like hysterical, crazy religious people when we say stuff like that. But when you break it down and go right to the bare beginning, with the facts, then it makes common sense. The mistletoe, the Yule log, Molech, December 25th, 9 months after the fertility, the rites at the Passover time, all these different things, they all combine together. Yes. But, Santa and sitting on his lap, yeah, I can see what you're saying, but I wouldn't say that, because I'd rather go right back. Here's the beginning. Now, when you see the beginning, all these things that come after it, then they start to make sense. But, anyway, that's just my way. Mike.
Yeah, first a joke. I told my kids Santa is just Satan spelled wrong. Just a little
Satan's
joke.
what?
Santa is just Satan spelled wrong. Just a joke I tossed out there. But no, I want to bring up a point just for the video, since it's going on in chat. People asked about the meat and the milk thing. This has nothing to do with the goat being boiled in the mother's milk. It has to go with that rabbinical law that you mentioned of not eating meat and milk together.
Well,
You
that's
can go.
that law
Yeah.
comes from this scripture.
It comes from that scripture, but people have asked, can you eat meat and milk together? And my point I made, I thought I'd share just for the video, is when Abraham had the 3 angels visit, what did he do? He went out and cooked them some meat and had some milk. It wasn't a boiled milk. Don't confuse the two. But he cooked a meal and had a feast, and in that feast was meat and milk together. So Abraham can eat meat and milk. We can too. So that's just an example.
We just read that when Paul was talking. We just read it.
I wanted it out in the video because it's been in chat a lot. People are still talking about it.
Okay. Anything else here in verse chapter 23? One of the first things that's spoken about is the 6 years that we were just talking about beforehand. Okay, so Mike, can you lower your hand down? I'm not able to lower your hands down anymore. I don't know what's going on today. If when you guys finish talking, just lower your hand for me, because I can't do it. Sorry. It's fairly straightforward. Any other questions? Nobody wants to talk on it? Okay, we're going to Isaiah 30. Isaiah 30 to 33.
Can I ask you a question, Joe?
Yes, sir.
The verse 20 of of Exodus 23. I have a question. I'm not sure. Is that Moses talking about, Jehovah's talking about, behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee in the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies and an adversary unto thine adversary. For mine angels shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, and the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. I will cut them off. So who is this angel? Who is this messenger? In Hebrew, the word is Malach. It's king. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I just want to know.
Well, to me, when I read it, I smiled. I thought I hadn't seen that before. And somebody, I forget who just said it. I think Paul or Mike just said it. I think Paul just said it, that the scriptures of Moses were speaking of me. Yeshua said that. So, okay. I wonder if I can share a screen here. Where am I? Oh, there we go. Randy?
Well, you should be able to.
No, is my screen? Can you see my screen?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Okay. Something's going on here. What? It's up there. Am I co-host?
Yes, sir. Maybe because you were host, made me co-host, and it's just not letting. I don't know.
Press the unshare button and start again.
Who? Me? Is it up there now?
Nope.
Okay. It's going to be that day. Okay, so that's, I wanted to go to, well, I'm going to do it off screen anyway, so I'll go off screen. I can't do it on screen. Maybe Randy, if you want to throw it up screen, Exodus 23. And we're going to look at verse 20. And we're going to go to the Hebrew or the King James translation. Oh, now you just took me off screen. Okay. Exodus 23, verse 20. Okay, angel, Malach, an unused root meaning to dispatch as a deputy, a messenger, specifically of God. That is an angel, also a prophet, a priest, or teacher, ambassador, angel, king, messenger. Before the, okay. Beware of him. So Malach.
Same word in verse 23 as well.
Yeah. So Malach is also, hang on, where'd you get Jehovah from? Oh, Lord, there. Sorry.
25.
Yeah. Now, when I read Malach, I also see Melech, as in king. So I'm not sure how to, when I read that, so, okay, you can stop sharing here. When I read that, Sarkis, I see Jehovah as the messenger, Jehovah as the Malach, as the king, as the angel. Beware of him and obey his voice. Do not provoke him, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for here it is, my name is in him. So my name is in him. Where does that say that? Yeshua. Jehovah is Yeshua. I am your salvation. So that's where I go with that. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I am. That Exodus 23:21, he says who it is. He says, the word is in italics. He says, my name, him. basically he's saying who the angel is. He is the angel. And then he speaks in first person. He says, I'm the angel, and I will be this to your enemies, and I will do this to enemies, and I will go before you. I had a discussion in my family about this verse. I apologize to the internet. I don't mean to be so talkative today, but I'm usually silent. But this is an important aspect because I'm gonna mention something in a minute that's been asked in this channel many times, and there's not been a good explanation for. But Jehovah, he can take any form he wants. With Elijah, he was a still quiet voice. With the Hebrews coming out of Egypt, he was a cloud by day to give them shade and a fire by night to give them light. Here he says, I'm an angel. Another way we can think of the angel, unseen, the Holy Spirit. He's going before them. We try to put Jehovah into a box of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost because of Catholicism. He can create matter out of nothing. He made wine out of water. He made thousands of loaves and fish from 2 fish and 5 loaves. So he can do these things. He's Jehovah. In the New Testament, he becomes flesh. He says, hey, he explains, all through, he's going to become flesh. He's going to become that sacrifice. And he tells Mary, say, I'm going to do something inside of you. And I myself, Jehovah, am going to become flesh. I'm going to be your son. And that's where he gets the term son of a man. And you're like, well, how can he be called son when he's the father and he tells people to pray to the father? And they're not catching that he can be however he wants to be and presents himself in different ways. This here is an example of Jehovah saying, I'm going to be an angel, a spirit that goes before you. And it's an example of what's going to happen in the New Testament when he says, I'm going to come into flesh and go before you as a sacrifice in the flesh. So it's a tough line people have a hard time figuring out. They're trying to figure out, how does this work? How can he be, something different than his? Well, we can't fathom it, but he gives us examples. So that's always going to toss out there.
No, that's awesome. Thank you for that explanation. Please have some more caffeine and don't stop talking. No, that was excellent. Very good. Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? Because I read that and I see Jehovah, I'm the angel. Yeshua, I'm the angel. Jehovah, I am your Yeshua. I keep going back to that. It just makes such simple sense. Okay, who's reading? What are we reading? Isaiah 30.
You guys get to listen to my lovely voice again.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Isaiah 30. I'm going to read from the JPS today. Jewish Publication Society, I think is what it means. O disloyal sons, declares Jehovah, making plans against my wishes, weaving schemes against my will, thereby piling guilt on guilt. Who set out to go down to Egypt without asking me, to seek refuge with Pharaoh, to seek shelter under the protection of Egypt? The refuge with Pharaoh shall result in your shame, the shelter under Egypt's protection in your chagrin. Though his officers are present in Zone and his messengers reach as far as Hanes, they all shall come to shame because of a people that does not avail them, that is of no help or avail, but brings only chagrin and disgrace. The beasts of the Negev, pronouncement. Through a land of distress and hardship, of lion and roaring, king beast, of viper and flying seraph, they convey their wealth on the backs of asses, their treasures on camels' humps, to a people of no avail. For the help of Egypt shall be vain and empty. Truly, I call this, they are a threat that has ceased.
Now go write it on a tablet and inscribe it in a record, that it may be with them for future days, a witness forever. For it is a rebellious people, faithless children, children who refuse to heed the instruction of Yehshua, who said to the seers, do not see, to the prophets, do not prophesy truth to us. Speak to us falsehoods, prophesy delusions. Leave the way, get off the path. Let us hear no more about the Holy One of Israel. Assuredly, thus said the Holy One of Israel, because you have rejected this word and have put your trust and reliance in that which is fraudulent and tortuous, of a surety, this iniquity shall work on you, like a spreading breach that occurs in a lofty wall, whose crash comes sudden and swift. It is smashed as one smashes an earthen jug, ruthlessly shattered, so that no shard is left in its breakage, to scoop coals from a brazier or ladle water from a puddle. For thus said Jehovah God, the Holy One of Israel, you shall triumph by stillness and quiet. Your victory shall come about through calm and confidence. But you refused. No, you declared, we shall flee on steeds. Therefore you shall flee. We shall ride on swift mounts. Therefore your pursuers shall prove swift. 1,000 before the shout of one, you shall flee at the shout of 5, till what is left of you is like a mast on a hilltop, like a pole upon a mountain. Truly, Jehovah is waiting to show you grace. Truly, he will arise to pardon you, for Jehovah is a God of justice. Happy are all who wait for him. Indeed, O people in Zion, dwellers of Jerusalem, you shall not have cause to weep. He will grant you his favor at the sound of your cry. He will respond as soon as he hears it. My Jehovah, my Lord, I think this is the right way, my Lord will provide you meager bread and scant water. Then your guide will no more be ignored, but your eyes will watch your guide. And whenever you deviate to the right or to the left, your ears will heed the command from behind you. This is the road, follow it. And you will treat as unclean the silver overlay of your images and the golden painting of your idols, plating of your idols. You will cast them away like a menstruous woman. Out, you will call to them. So rain shall be provided for the seed with which you sow the ground, and the bread that the ground brings forth shall be rich and fat. Your livestock in that day shall graze in broad pastures. As for the cattle and the asses that till the soil, they shall partake of salted fodder that has been winnowed with shovel and fan. And on every high mountain and on every lofty hill there shall appear brooks and watercourses. On a day of heavy slaughter, when towers topple, and the light of the moon shall become like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall become sevenfold, like the light of the 7 days when Jehovah binds up his people's wounds and heals the injuries it has suffered. Behold, Jehovah himself comes from afar in blazing wrath, with a heavy burden, his lips full of fury, his tongue like devouring fire, and his breath like a raging torrent, reaching halfway up the neck to set a misguiding yoke upon nations, and a misleading bridle upon the jaws of peoples. For you there shall be singing, as on a night when a festival is hallowed. There shall be rejoicing, as when they march with flute, with timbrels, with lyres, to the rock of Israel. on the mount of Jehovah. For Jehovah will make his majestic voice heard and display the sweep of his arm in raging wrath, in a devouring blaze of fire, and tempest, and rainstorm, and hailstones. Truly, Assyria, who beats with the rod, shall be cowed by the voice of Jehovah. Each time the appointed staff passes by, Jehovah will bring down his arm upon him, and will do battle with him as he waves it. The Topheth has long been ready for him. He too is destined for Molech. His fire pit has been made both wide and deep, with plenty of fire and firewood, and with the breath of Jehovah burning it in a stream of sulfur. Wow.
Wow. Part of me saying, I don't get what he's saying. And the other part of me saying, wow, I get what he's saying. What's he saying? What's he saying? What is Isaiah talking about here? I don't get it.
Let me get my King James so I can compare some of these words, because they're not the same.
No, they're not. I'm reading my modern King James. Let me take, do you got, how many of you here remember the big bulge in the wall of the Temple Mount?
The big
And-
balls?
What? Bulge.
Bulge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know what a bulge is, and I know how it works when a wall collapses. It happens right now. It bulges and bulges until that point, and it's now. It is on the ground faster than, it's gravity. It's so fast, I didn't even see it.
Well, this is not something like that. This is walls that are 3, 4, 5, 6 feet thick, and they are bulging out. And during that time, when the Temple Mount wall was bulging out, we had a ton of messianics making prophecies. And they were quoting this verse in Isaiah 30, verse 13. Therefore, this iniquity shall be to you like a breach ready to fall, a bulge in the high wall, whose breaking comes suddenly and in an instant. Randy, you remember that?
No, sir. I was just going to comment on something else. Go ahead.
Well, hang on. Before you change the subject, let me write this one out.
Sure.
Somber, you going to comment on it? None of you guys remember this? This was,
I remember hearing about it, but
it was big news.
What year?
Oh, I want to say somewhere around 2007, 8.
Is
What
that
was
when the
verse again?
system?
Chapter 30, verse what?
We're in chapter 30, verse 13. What'd you say, Sarkis?
That's when they had too much rain and the old cisterns broke underneath the temple mount ground, and it started to move the earth from underneath it. That's
Yes. So Sarkis was in the common sense crowd, not the hysterical messianic crowd, chanting out all these kinds of vulgar and hateful things to every Muslim that walked the earth. Okay, so back in that time, and I don't know the exact year, they were doing construction on the Temple Mount. And when they were doing the construction on the Temple Mount, they were replacing some stones. They were making it level, the walkways, and they're putting in new stones. And when they did that, that meant they took out some of the dirt and hauled it away. Now, the Temple Mount people are all saying that the Jews are destroying the Temple Mount. And they're trucking away all this garbage, and they were dumping it at a secret site. Well, people followed them to the secret site, which wasn't so secret, and they found all the dirt, and they started going through the dirt, and they found some artifacts from the temple period, which was pretty cool, pretty amazing. Now, the Muslim, what do you call them, the Waf? Temple Mount people, are they called the Waf?
Waft.
Waft, W-A-F-T, Waft?
No, K. I mean Q at the end. W-A-F-Q.
Wafk. Okay. Anyway, they weren't looking for artifacts. They don't want to prove that the Jews were ever here, so they're not really looking for. They're just making the pathway level. I walked up there during all this hullabaloo, and I walked through this path. It's just a construction site. They're not destroying the temple. They're not hiding evidence. They're just making the pathways level. If you go in the back, you'll see all the different construction areas going on. There's tons of pallets of bricks and stone walking, what do you call it? Stone walking stones? Brick
Paving
walk,
stone.
paving stones. Thank you, Kurt. They're all back there so that they can restore and maintain the Temple Mount area, because the Waqf, that's their job, to maintain it. That's part of their contract. But all these messianics and Jewish wannabes are going hysterical over this. And at that time, like Sarkis said, one of the cisterns, now you got to understand, when the Temple Mount was built, it was called the fortress, and the fortress was built to collect all the water. And you can see all the lay of the land has all the slopes to these channels that still 2,000 years later, no, 3,000 years later, are collecting water. They're still doing it. The cisterns beneath the Temple Mount, or Fort Antonio, or the fortress, are still doing the job. One of them broke. The water in it began to saturate the ground against the outer, or the eastern wall. And the eastern wall at the southeast corner. And people were quoting this scripture about the walls bulging, saying it's a prophecy, the temple's about to be destroyed. And you go and look at it. Yeah, there's a bulge in the wall. And yes, they have to work on it. And yes, they did. But as they worked on it, they had to take away stuff and put new stuff in. It's just a hysteria. It makes me crazy when I see people doing that, twisting scripture and getting all hyped up and get everybody worked up over nothing. And I'm standing there, I'm looking at it. It's a bulge in the wall. The wall's 6 feet thick. Okay, the bulge is fixed. Where's all those prophecies these people make? Taking this one verse out of context. And I'm sharing that with you because I want you to be aware of it. And I want you to remember it the next time you hear a whole bunch of panic from the Temple Mount. And it's nothing. Sombra. Actually, I should go to Randy. Randy was up there first. Now you can change the subject.
Well, I was that chapter. Woe to the stubborn children, who make counsel not for me. I was an Assembly of God, raised my whole life. I was told to do not see. I was told do not prophesy to what is right. Speak what this doctrine says. Prophesy what this doctrine says. Turn away from this thing that has been nailed to the cross. Until I had to eat the bread of affliction in the water, because finally myself taking it on myself to learn what the truth is, and finding that the truth is nothing. It is the Torah. It's nothing what I'm taught sitting in this church on Sunday. My teacher right here gave me this bread of affliction. Now that's my teacher I'm paying attention to. I see this teacher that says, this is the way, walk in it. So I'm saying to you today, this is the way that we're reading today is the truth, to walk in it. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but it hit me hard. It was me. I am one of those. I'm no longer a rebellious children, because the Lord is gracious. Jehovah is gracious. He's burning wrath with smoke. I don't know how much more. Look around in the world. What more do we need to know? His excellent voice was heard when he says, Moses, write this down. Tell my people to do this.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, left us hanging. Go
did.
ahead. Go ahead, Sombra.
Well, what you were talking about, the bulge and people getting hysterical, that's the same thing as, how many messiahs people are going to say, Messiah's here, Messiah's here. No, just wait patiently on the Lord. Don't get hysterical. Don't jump in front of the Lord. You know, it's the same thing as what he said, you know, when the children of Israel didn't want to go into the promised land, and then Jehovah said that they would walk for 40 years in the desert. They said, oh, well, now we'll go up. No, don't go before the Lord. If you go before the Lord, it will be bad. But what I wanted to bring was when Kurt read the word Topheth in verse 33,
Yeah.
and of course, I don't know what Topheth is, and I'm sure none of you did.
I do. You don't. I was going there. We're going to go. That's a huge thing. When Kurt said, wow, that's the wow. That and the few verses before, that's all wow stuff.
Okay, so Topheth.
We won't talk about it though.
Topheth is a burning place or a crematorium. It is a place near Jerusalem. But if you look at the root of the word, it's the beating of a tambourine. It is a timbrel or a tambourine.
Okay, hang on. You're crucifying this. You don't know what this is?
Smiting, contempt.
Do you not? Hang on, Sommer. Do you not know what this is? Because everything you're reading is going like, and you don't. I don't know if you're getting it. Are you?
No, I'm probably not getting it, but God told me to look it up, so I did.
Okay, I'm glad you looked it up.
Okay.
Okay. But you don't know what it is yet. Okay, so you're in the old city of Jerusalem, and you see the Gihon, and it comes out at the Pool of Siloam, right? Where the Pool of Siloam is sort of like the very corner where the Kidron meets the Gehenna Valley. On the other side of the Gehenna Valley is a old monastery, and I forgot what the name of the monastery is. Kurt, do you happen to know that? No,
sorry.
There's an old monastery down there. Where that monastery is, or within spitting distance of that monastery, is Tophet. Tophet is the place where the children of Israel brought their firstborn and passed them through the fire. They beat the timbrels, they beat the drums, and they made a celebration of it so that you could not hear the children crying and screaming when they were placed on top of the red hot hands of Molech. That's the place where it took place. That's where it happened. This is such a wow statement. That's what Tophet is. And then Solomon also built places to Tophet, to Molech, on top of the Mount of Offense. Around the top of the mount, he built to all his wives' gods.
Who did that?
Solomon. King
Solomon built his wives' gods.
Built churches or
worship places.
Worship places to the gods of his wives. Look up Tophet.
I'm trying.
Pull it up on your, Brandy, pull it up on your eSword, Tophet. What's it say?
Well, that's what I just did.
You did?
It says it's smite. It's a place of timbrel, a place where you get smited.
Verse 33. Tophet, a place of cremation. There you go. What an apt description. A place of cremation, Tophet. Okay, go to the 8612. What's that word? No, it was inside. Yeah. No, go to Tophet. Go back to Tophet. Yeah. 8612 is inside there. You can't do that?
Won't let me, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so what did you say? 8612?
I've got a description of Tophet in one of my dictionaries here also I'd like to read.
Go ahead, Kurt.
Okay, so this is coming from the Illustrated Dictionary and Concordance of the Bible. It's a book I bought a long time ago with my concordance, actually. Never realized how significant it was, but here it is. Okay, so Tophet, the place where sacrifices were made to the pagan cults of Molech and Bale, Jeremiah 32:35. It was located in the valley of Hinnom, outside the southeast
Hang
corner
on.
of.
The valley of Hinnom is what?
Well, it says
it's the Kidron Valley.
Okay.
Not the Kidron Valley, the Gehenna Valley. I'm
Gehenna.
sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Hinnom is another name for the Gehenna Valley. Okay.
Okay. Outside the southeast corner of Jerusalem's walls,
Hang on. So you have the Gehenna coming in from the west and the Kidron going north and south. Right there where they meet is the southeast corner of Jerusalem. Okay. That's where this monastery is in the bottom of the valley. This is also called the unclean place, where they throw the trash into the unclean place. This is where we get the word hell and Hades from. All these terrible things. This is what he's talking about. Carry on, Kurt.
Okay, so the scripture to go with that was 2 Kings 23:10 and Jeremiah 19:2.
Okay, let's go to 2 Kings.
It says, in the vicinity of the brook of Kidron.
What's 2 Kings again? What?
2 Kings 23:10.
2 Kings 23:10. 2 Kings 23:10. And he defiled Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnon, that no man might make his son or daughter pass through the fire to Molech. Verse 9. Nevertheless, the priests of the high places did not come up of the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, but they ate unleavened bread among their brethren. And he defiled. Who is this? What's this talking about here? I guess they're destroying the place. What's the other scripture?
Jeremiah 19:2.
Oh, Jeremiah, yes. Jeremiah 19:2. First 1. Thus says the Lord, go and get a potter's earthen flask and take some of the elders of the people and some of the elders of the priests and go out into the valley of the son of Hinnon, which is by the entry of the potsherd gate, and proclaim there the words that I will tell you. Okay, so that's just talking about the valley of Hinnon. What else?
Well, I think it ties in. Just wait. Child sacrifices were offered at Tophet to the Ammonite god Molech. 2 Kings 23:10, Jeremiah 7:31. This practice is first mentioned during Ahaz's reign. 2 Kings 16:3 and 2 Chronicles 28:3. And it continued through the reign of Manasseh. 2 Kings 21:6, 2 Chronicles 33:6, until Josiah stopped it and defiled the altar. 2 Kings 23:10. It was at this spot that Jeremiah likened the inhabitants of Jerusalem and Judah to a broken flask because of their sacrifices to the foreign deities and shedding of innocent blood.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
I just seen in the side here, chat, Jimmy said there's a hostage situation taking place in Texas right now in a synagogue. Colleyville, Texas. So can we just stop and pray for our brethren who are keeping Shabbat today? I don't know all the details. I just, what's in the chat. Our Father Jehovah, our powerful and great creator, we know that you can do anything. There is nothing that you can't do. We've just been notified, Father, that brethren who are keeping Shabbat today in a synagogue have been taken hostage in Colleyville, Texas, not far from Randy. We ask, Father, that you intervene, step in, preserve their lives, preserve the lives of those who are trying to learn about you. Keep them safe. Resolve the situation and take the hostage the man taking them hostage, the people taking them hostage, and take them out of the way. Step in and help our brethren, Father, and keep them safe. And we ask this for your name's sake. We are all here to learn about you on Shabbat. So we pray that you be with us all, Father, wherever we are, whatever synagogue or home fellowship we're in. Protect us. For the glory of your name, Jehovah, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And if somebody maybe just sort of keep an eye on that for us while we continue here.
So this is just a couple sentences more, and then I'll have a little description.
Go ahead, Kurt.
That was Jeremiah. Okay, so it was at this spot that Jeremiah likened the inhabitants of Jerusalem and Judah to a broken flask because of their sacrifices to foreign deities and shedding of innocent blood. Jeremiah 19:1 through 13. The prophet cursed Tophet and gave it the name the Valley of Slaughter, because God will slay all the apostates there and display their bodies in an open spectacle. Jeremiah 7, verse 32 through chapter 8, verse 3. And what it shows here is it's a picture of burial urns. It says from the Tophet at Carthage. So there's more than one place that
So
has it.
hang on. So where's Carthage?
Well, isn't that like the northwest, kind of the northern shores of Africa?
It's Tunisia.
Yeah.
So Carthage, after just before the Assyrians invaded Israel, Carthage was a major trading port. It was a place that they launched from to go over to North America and up into England, to go through the gates of Gibraltar. And it was actually the Carthaginians who put out the rumor, and I just sent this out to someone this week who asked me about the flat earth doctrine. The Carthaginians began that conspiracy by telling all the Romans and Greeks traders that they could meet that when you went through the gates of Hercules out from the Mediterranean into the Atlantic, when you go out there far enough, you will fall off the edge of the earth. So don't go out there or you will fall off. And any ships that went out there, they were destroyed. And then people would say, you see, they went off, they fell off the edge of the earth. They did that to protect their trade routes.
Okay, and we also know that the Marines in the States were created to stop those pirates from Tripoli, Carthage.
Yes, but Carthage was long destroyed before Tripoli ever came into being. So Carthage became the major center for Molech worship. We are talking from 600 BC up until 200. When was the Carthaginian wars? What were those wars called? Around 200 BC or 200 AD between them and Rome. And Rome defeated them. And the Romans were so disgusted with what the Carthaginians were doing. They salted the earth so nobody could ever live there again.
Punic Wars.
Punic Wars. Thank you, Sarkis.
That goes with this picture. It shows burial urns in little earthen, kind of like a wall, let's say. Picture a wall and little niches in it with little urns in it. What I'm getting is that's what they did with the child's bodies afterwards. They burned them to ashes and they put them in an urn, and then that would be their little part of their rituals.
It was the equivalent of what we call today abortion.
Well, it's yes, absolutely. Don't get me going.
Well, that's what it is. Tophet represents abortion today. So when we have our abortion clinics, our Tophet clinics, and we support them, this is what we're doing. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay.
That's
sorry.
okay. Go ahead.
No, Kurt, go ahead. We're not going to go too far down that road, but go ahead.
No, I don't want to talk about that. I should let Somber go.
Okay. Somber.
I really just wanted to know what Topheth was. I looked it up, and y'all have enlightened me much, much more than what I found.
No, that's good. If you can take your hand down for me, then I can't do that. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, just asking a question about verse 6 and 7 in chapter 30, and particularly the last verse of the last sentence of 7. Therefore I have called her Rahab, Hem, and Sebeth. What does that have in connection with the rest of it there? I'm not, I don't understand what it's saying there.
So Kurt, when he read that, he read from the JPS. And Kurt, can you just read it again? Because he didn't read what I had.
Okay, wait a second. We're moving from Bibles that go from right to left and one's from left to right. So I got
30 verse 7.
30
Well,
verse 7.
6 and 7 is probably fits together better.
Well, I just want to get the last name
Yep.
there. Rahab,
Okay.
Hem, Shebeth.
So my verse 7, which is not necessarily yours, so start with that. For the help of Egypt shall be vain and empty. Truly I call this, they are a threat that has ceased.
A threat that has ceased. Now my little note says that Rahab is a site idol. Okay. So and Paul, I'm not sure if that's going to help you in understanding. The land of trouble and anguish, from which came the lioness and the lion, the viper and the fiery flying serpent. They will carry their riches on the backs of young donkeys and their treasures on the humps of camels, to people who shall not profit. And when I read that, I go, I have no clue what he's talking about.
Except that from what I get from the beginning of that, it's the futility of relying on Egypt, which was all the gold and the silver Egypt had. So we're relying on our ability to have money or wealth when God is asking us to rely on him. Would that be the main area of that coming out?
Well, the Egypt was the center of the world trade. It was the New York of that time. And camels and donkeys from across Africa were coming to it. It could be, I don't know. I'm struggling with large portions of this chapter.
Try 8. I'll just read 8 and 9. Now go therefore, go write it before them on a tablet, and note it on a scroll.
Let me just interrupt you and let me just make a note that when he's talking about a tablet here, it's a Microsoft tablet and not a PC tablet. Okay.
And note it on a scroll, that it may be for time to come, forever and ever. This is a rebellious people, lying children who will not hear the law of the Lord, who say to seers, do not see, and to prophets, do not prophesy to us right things, speak to us smooth things, prophesy deceit. Go out of the way, turn aside from the path, cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. I think we're in that day right now. That is something that's happening all over the planet that
but
children are saying.
When you do that, Paul, you've interjected here into something that's not there. You've taken this verse. It sounds like it could be today, but it's not. It's a burden against the beasts of the south. Verse 6. Again, so how does this fit in? Where do we apply this? It could be, who's he talking about? Is he talking the future? Is he talking the present? Like, I don't know where he's talking about this.
Verse 8 says that it may be for a time to come, forever and ever. So this is something that's in the future at that point.
Again, but to who?
Well, at the moment, we're the ones reading it, aren't we?
But, okay. So, if the people, I'm going to say this for the Australians then. because you're the one reading it, not for Canadians.
No,
Okay.
Right? Like, you see my problem here? I don't know who he's speaking to.
It's-
I don't know where to put this verse in my understanding of Torah. Where does it, who's he speaking of? Is he speaking of Israel? Or is he speaking of the Egyptians?
he's speaking to us, Joe.
How do you figure that?
Well, he says, "Woe to the rebellious children," right at the start of 30. That's us. That's us. And to those who walk down to Egypt, and well, I've said it before that we left Egypt. We left it behind at the Red Sea. And then we went and rebuilt it at our very first opportunity. When we came to North America, we rebuilt Egypt. Egypt is right here. It is now. It's our whole system it's Egyptian. The whole thing is tied right back to Egypt. And
Okay,
these judgments are against.
So you're saying based on verse 1, woe to the rebellious children, that's talking about the Israelites.
He's always been. That's a description of the Israelites used more than once.
Also, isn't it also it's saying to them, who take counsel but not of me.
Yeah.
And who despise plans or devise plans, but not of my spirit. In other words, we're ignoring, and yes, I do this. I ignore Jehovah and plan my plans, and Lord, just do my plans. They're much easier. And I wonder why nothing happens.
I'm up against a hard break. Someone jump in on this.
Hope your life.
Yeah, I've seen things like this where you say, "Oh, he's talking to Egypt," or "He's talking to Assyria," or someone else. And the way I've looked at that is, regardless of who Jehovah's talking to, he's showing his personality. He's showing who he is. And we can say, well, what if he said that to me? Because we read a scripture earlier that one of the words it used was circumspect. In other words, examine yourself. When I read things like this, I examine myself. And I've been using this next passage a lot recently because we all know what we've been reading, the rebellious people, and we can see where there's a lot of rebellion now. And it frustrates us. Sometimes some uncouth people have been known to call it stupid. Yeah, people act stupid. I've acted stupid myself. But what I've been focusing on at the next part, it's Isaiah 30:18 through about 23, is Jehovah waits to be gracious to us. And when I speak to people about the calendar issues or about just the Sabbath or about the Torah, there's pushback, and I realize that's rebellion. And in the past, teachers like us were kind of pushed to the corner. But what's happening right now, teachers like us are getting put right in front of them. And that's what it says in the scripture. He's like, I'm going to put the teachers right in front of you because I want to be gracious to you. He wants to teach people this. And I tell people when they're struggling with me, if they're arguing with me, I instead of getting frustrated, I tell them, say, I understand your viewpoint. And I know mine is a little different. I said, but this is the time. You see the judgments. You see COVID. You see other judgments. You've seen the droughts. This is the time where he is being gracious to let you learn. I said, take advantage of this time. Don't let this time pass while he's being gracious to where he goes to the next part of the chapter that says he's angry. He's in wrath and anger. I said, accept that graciousness because he wants to be gracious to us. And that gets people's attention because they realize I'm not judging them. I'm showing them, I'm teaching them because Jehovah wants them to know something. And it kind of goes with other countries doing bigger. We're talking about Kenya and maybe Burundi. You have these African countries that have suffered from judgments. But right now he's saying, listen, I want to be gracious to the highways and byways. I want to be gracious to Africa. I'm going to be gracious to Burundi and Kenya. The DRC, he wants them to do this. And when they do it, he says, I'm going to put teachers in front of you. And when you do it, I'll give you a voice and tell you how to walk. I'll tell you what to do. I'll help you toss out the wrong things. And I'll send you rain. I'll give you seed. I'll make produce. That's what I was telling Philemon earlier, is when you do these things, you will get his attention. It's a wonderful thing to get the attention of Jehovah. We pray, turn his face upon us. Let his eyes be upon us. Be gracious to us. when he does that, it is life changing. And that's why I say, when you see the blessings, expect them. And that's what, in my own walk with people, when I'm teaching them, I'm saying, hey, give this a try. Examine the calendar. Examine the Sunday versus the Sabbath. Or if you're keeping your calendar a month later because of equinox, yeah, you had a chance in the past to learn, but try changing it now. Look into the spring, find out where it is now, because sure, we've all been rebellious in the past, but he wants to be gracious. He wants you to learn this, and you'll see these blessings. So I just wanted to toss that out because I'm up against a hard break where I got to go to someone's house, but
Okay.
wanted to get that in there.
Thank you, Mike. Verse 30, just following up what he just said, the Lord will cause his glorious voice to be heard. He will make his voice to be heard and show the descent of his arm with the indignation of his anger and the flame and a devouring fire with scattering tempests and hailstones. For through the voice of the Lord, Assyria will be beaten down as he strikes with the rod. So Assyria, again, if this is speaking about the rebellious children, Assyria is brought up here. Assyria is going to be the ones to destroy Israel. And Assyria is the rod with that he uses. So what's the word rod here?
Shattered, I think.
Is it more than that? Isaiah 30:31.
No, I'm not deep enough to do that.
For though the voice of Jehovah, Assyria shall be beaten down and with a rod struck. So if I remember correctly, this is a poetic clue. Beaten down and which smote. Beaten down, break. There we go, breaking. Okay. Katath. Okay, to be shattered, be dismayed, to be broken, to be abolished, be afraid. This is Jehovah is telling you something here, which unless you understand ancient history, you read right over it and you don't get it. A primitive root properly to prostrate, hence to break down, either by violence or figuratively, by profusion of fear, abolish, fright, make afraid, amazed, beat down, discouraged, cause to dismay. So that is the word beaten down. Smote is crush. It's the word nakah, to strike, smite, hit, beat, slay, kill. And, there's lots of that. And it means to strike lightly or severely, literally or figuratively, be cast forth, clap, give wounds, go forward, make slaughter, murder, punish, slaughter, smite, stricken, be stricken. And then the last word is rod, Shabbat, rod, staff, branch, offshoot. From an unused root, probably meaning to branch off, a skian, that is literally a stick for punishing. So when you go back and you look at this word, I'm sorry I can't show you on the screen here today, but do a search. Go to my teaching on Assyria. Okay, we had the video on Assyria. I also have, I don't know where they are. I got a couple teachings that I've done it on Assyria, and I show you what this word means. It's the club, the breaker that breaks in pieces. Jehovah's having a pun on words here. The breaker that breaks in pieces is Assyria. And he's going to break it with the club. I want to say Metzora. I forgot the word. But he's doing a pun here. And that pun is, so the club of Cush, when you see pictures of Cush, they always have a club. When you see Gilgamesh, he's got a club in his hand, a lion and a Christmas tree. The club is the symbol. What that comes down to in our day is the molar, the German word Muller, and when he throws the club, it spins in a wheel and it comes out, it looks like a swastika. The swastika represents this club, the club of Thor. It's a hammer that breaks. That's what he's talking about here. This hammer that breaks in pieces. Who's the hammer? Assyria. That's the hammer that's going to break in pieces. And this is what Cush did. And that's why the symbol keeps being applied to him as he broke the unity of the world in his rebellion. Anyway, there's that's a 2-hour teaching on this one word here. Go and watch the video and pick it up. Okay.
The part that sticks in my mind is that what did it say? Something about the trust in the shadows of Egypt. The shelter under Egypt's protection. We trust. We trust our employers. Our employers are gods to us. We trust our government. Once that fails, we fall back on them. I think we very much put our faith in Egypt and for our well-being. And Jehovah wants us to put our faith in him. And there's going to be a time coming when we will have to, right?
I've just read a something that one of the rabbis said, and he said he gave the Assyrians the Euphrates and the Tigris. He gave the Egyptians the Nile. And he did that because they don't have faith. But he gave Israel the dew that comes from the early and latter rains, where we have to rely on him. And I thought, what a great little thing that this rabbi came up with. And it's so true. We have to rely on Jehovah. These other nations, they got tons of water in these other rivers, but our water comes from Jehovah when he sprinkles it down from heaven, which means that we have to obey him in order to be blessed with those early and latter rains. I'm going back to that again. So, okay, who's up for chapter 31?
Me.
Me again. Okay, man, Kurt, we are never going to get done today. It's already, look.
I know I'm a slow reader, but that was a long chapter. I like those short ones. The Psalms are good. Okay.
Before you do though, again, I want to encourage everyone, go and look up Tophet, go and look up the rod and the hammer and the things that are said there. Understand the deeper meaning of what Jehovah is saying. This, I don't understand all of what we just read in Isaiah 30, but the parts I do understand are very profound, very deep, and go and search them out. Okay, Kurt.
Okay, Isaiah 31. Woe, I'll go back to the New King James now. Woe to those who go down to Egypt for help. Isn't that what we just read in 30?
Yeah.
Woe to those who go down to Egypt for help and rely on horses, who trust in chariots because there are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong, but who do not look to the Holy One of Israel, nor seek Jehovah. Yet he also is wise and will bring disaster and will not call back his words, but will arise against the house of evildoers and against the help of those who work iniquity. Now the Egyptians are men and not God, and their horses are flesh and not spirit. When Jehovah stretches out his hands, both he who helps will fall, and he who is helped will fall down. They all will perish together. Wow, that sounds like the mark. For verse 4, for thus Jehovah has spoken to me, as a lion roars and a young lion over his prey, when a multitude of shepherds is summoned against him, he will not be afraid of their voice, nor be disturbed by their noise. So Jehovah of hosts will come down to fight for Mount Zion and for its hill, like birds flying about, so will Jehovah of hosts defend Jerusalem. Defending, he will also deliver it. Passing over, he will preserve it. Returning to him against whom the children of Israel have deeply revolted. For in that day every man shall throw away his idols of silver and his idols of gold, sin, which your own hands have made for yourselves. When Assyria shall fall by a sword and not of man, and a sword not of mankind shall devour him, but he shall flee from the sword, and his young men shall become forced labor. He shall cross over to his stronghold of fear, and his princes shall be afraid of the banner, says Jehovah, whose fire is in Zion, and whose furnace is in Jerusalem.
So there's a part of me that's seeing the Assyrians being defeated by the Babylonians in the year 609 BC, and the war leading up to that. I see the part of that here, or this could be talking about coming down to our day when Assyria will be again defeated. Anyone got any comments they want to add to this?
Well, I think, isn't it, Assyria is his rod. He's going to use Assyria to punish us, let's say.
Okay, now just so that those listening, Kurt is getting that from Isaiah 16, I think it is, where it says, "Is Assyria is his rod in his hand." So carry on.
Right, his rod. He's going to use us as his instrument of punish, or Assyria to his instrument of punishment. But then after that, then they get wiped out. Is that what I'm getting?
Yes, sir. Yep, the rod that's beating, or the rod that's breaking in pieces Israel, is going to be broken. That's the play on words I was talking about before.
So it's as bad as it looks, and we can see our enemy right in front of us. Our enemy will be destroyed. But it's not really our enemy, because we're trying to walk the right path. It's the ones who are
not obeying,
making up their own thing. Yep. That's where it's coming for, right?
Yep.
So we got hope. Thankful.
Anybody else? Nobody else is drinking coffee this morning? Okay, let's get on to chapter 32.
Chapter 32. See, a sovereign shall reign in righteousness, and rulers rule in right ruling. And each one shall be as a hiding place from the wind, and a shelter from the downpour, as rivers of water in a dry place, as the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. And the eyes of those who see are not dim, and the ears of those who hear listen. And the heart of the rash understand knowledge, and the tongue of the stammerers hurried to speak plainly. A fool is no longer called noble, no the scoundrel said to be respectable. For a fool speaks folly, and his heart works wickedness, to practice filthiness, and to speak against Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, which misleads, to starve the being of the hungry, and to withhold the drink from the thirsty. And the methods of the scoundrel are evil. He has devised wicked plans to destroy the poor with words of falsehood, even when the needy plead for right ruling. But the generous one devises what is generous, and by generous deeds he rises up. Rise up, you women who are at ease, hear my voice. Rise up, you complacent daughters, and listen to my speech. In a little more than a year you shall be troubled, you complacent women, for the grape harvest shall fail, the ingathering shall not come. Tremble, you women who are at ease. Be troubled, you complacent ones. Strip yourselves, make yourselves bare, and gird sackcloth on your waists. Lament upon your breast for the pleasant fields, for the fruit-bearing wine. Weeds and thorn bushes come up over the ground of my people. Indeed, over all the houses of joy, the city of revelry, For the palace is abandoned, the crowded city deserted. Hill and watchtower serve as caves forever, a joy of wild donkeys, a pasture of flocks. Until the Spirit is poured upon us from on high, and the wilderness shall become garden land, and the garden land shall be reckoned as a forest. Then right ruling shall dwell in the wilderness, and righteousness remain in the garden land. The work of the righteousness shall be peace, and the service of the righteousness shall be rest and safety forever. And my people shall dwell in a home of peace, and in safe dwellings, and in undisturbed resting places, even when hail shall fall, felling the forest, and the city be brought low in humiliation. Blessed are you who sow beside all waters, who send out the foot of the ox and the donkey.
Thank you, Yolanda. Sombra, you got your hand up? Or was that from before?
Does anybody else's version contend with Hope? What was the kind of women you said?
What
In
verse are you looking
9?
at?
In verse 9, what was the kind of women you said in your version?
Rise up, you women who are at ease.
So my version says, you confident ladies. So I look it up and it says Shanan, and it says ease, quiet, tumult.
Ease.
And then down at the bottom where it says the Strongs, it says secure, in a bad sense, haughty, that is at ease, quiet, tumult. That's
So I think you might find the rest of the understanding of what he's saying here. You complacent daughters, give ear to my speech.
Okay, but mine says my confident ones.
So your confident ones is that the first part of verse 9 or the last part?
The verse 9 says, you carefree women, attend, hear my words. You confident ladies, hear my speech. In a little more than a year, you shall be troubled, O confident ones. When this vintage, so is this sarcasm then, the way my verse is saying it?
I would say, yeah.
I don't think there's an understanding of the words, because they're basically both saying the same thing, that the women have all of their needs met and they're confident and they're not really concerned at all. They're complacent because they don't realize what's going to happen in the future.
Well, okay, but complacent to me gives the connotation of I don't care. Whereas confident means, sorry?
Is that actually what that word means, or is that how you perceive that word to mean?
I guess that's the way I perceive it.
Okay, so
I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the daughters here. We got everything. We don't need nothing else. Why do we need to listen to you?
yeah.
So they're complacent. It's like when I go out to present this message, the audience is, they've got everything they need. Everything's good, or everything's working fine. And so that's in North America. When I go to the Philippines, they're not complacent. They're not laid back. They're not at ease. They're eager. They're keen because they've been hurting, right? So the key, it's a difference in attitude. I want to hear what this guy has to say versus, oh, let's just hear what this guy has to say.
A dictionary says it's uncritical satisfaction with one's own achievements. That's what complacent is.
They got nothing to motivate them.
Right.
So I would say that Isaiah is being sarcastic, which I can identify with.
Okay.
Right? That's what I'm training you guys to do, is learn my sarcasm.
Well, because I was talking to a guy this morning and he was handing out Bibles in Pakistan. And I said, these people who are getting the Bibles, are they likely to read them? or they just going to receive it? Because in North America, we have this apathy. Most people have access to a Bible, but most people, even people who claim they believe, don't read the Bible.
In Pakistan, if you have a Bible, you can be killed. It's totally different. Totally different. So when he's speaking about the verse 9, you who are at ease, I look at you and I say you are at ease. You who are complacent, I look at you and I see you guys are complacent. Hey, we got everything going good for us. But if I worry, I'm concerned about the people that I'm working with in Pakistan. If they get caught, they can be killed. If they say anything against the Quran, they can be killed. When they get the word, they are, they're on the edge of their seats. Wow, this is amazing. And yet, if they tell people and someone goes and becomes a false witness against them, they can be killed. I'm reading reports about Christians being, women paraded down the street, raped in public, raped, beaten in public because they're Christians.
There was a riot in Pakistan this week because somebody said something against the Quran. The police have this person in custody, and the Muslims are rioting outside the police station, destroying the police station because they want this person.
Until they kill them, they're not going to be satisfied.
Right.
Yeah. So it's an entirely different culture. So if you're passing out Bibles there, if you don't people just don't take them. If they want one, they know that their life could be on the line if they get caught with it. So they want it because they want to learn what it has to say. So it's a different attitude. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to add another definition for complacency. Self-satisfaction accompanied by unawareness of actual dangers or deficiencies.
Perfect. Perfect.
That certainly applies to today, doesn't it? And I wouldn't say just the girls.
Yeah, it applies to North America. And Patty, if you're done, can you lower your hand for me? Because I can't do that. Thank you. Okay, we got another chapter. Anyone got any more they want to say on this one? Okay, Yolanda, you got chapter 33?
Yes. Woe to you, ravager, while you have not been ravaged, and you treacherous, while they have not betrayed you. When you have ceased ravaging, you shall be ravaged, and when you stop betraying, they shall betray you. O Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, show us favor, for we have waited for you. Be their arm every morning, our deliverance also in the time of distress. At the noise of the rumbling, the people shall flee. When you lift yourself up, the nations shall be scattered, and your plunder shall be gathered like the gathering of the caterpillar. As locusts rush about, they rush upon them. Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with right ruling and righteousness, and he shall be the trustworthiness of your times, a wealth of deliverance, wisdom and knowledge. The fear of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, that is his treasure. See, their brave ones shall cry outside. The messengers of peace weep bitterly. The highways shall be deserted. The wayfaring man shall have ceased. He has broken the covenant. He has despised the cities. He respected no man. The earth shall mourn and languish. Lebanon shall be ashamed. Sharon shall be withered like a desert, and Bashan and Carmel be shaking. Now I rise up, declares Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. Now I am exalted. Now I am lifted up. You conceive chaff. You bring forth stubble. Your spirit devours you like fire. And peoples shall be like the burnings of lime. Like thorns cut up, they are burned in the fire. You who are afar off, hear what I shall do, and you are near, know my might. Sinners in Zion shall be afraid. Trembling shall grip the defiled ones. Who of us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Who of us shall dwell with everlasting burnings? He who walks righteously and speaks what is straight, he who rejects the gain of oppressions, who keeps his hands from accepting bribes, who stops his ears from hearing of bloodshed, and shuts his eyes from seeing evil. He shall inhabit the heights, strongholds of rocks be his refuge. His bread shall be given to him, his water be steadfast. Your eyes shall see the sovereign in his comeliness, see a land that is far off. Your heart ponders fear. Where is the scribe? Where is he who weighs? Where is he who counts the towers? No longer shall you see a fierce people, a people of too deep a lip to hear, of a jabbering tongue no one understands. See Zion, the city of our appointed time. Your eyes shall see Jerusalem, an undisturbed home, a tent not taken down. Its stakes are never removed, nor any of its cords broken. But there great is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh for us, a place of broad rivers, streams, in which no boat with oars sail, nor big ships pass by. For Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is our judge, and he is our inscriber. Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is our sovereign, he saves us. Your ropes shall be slack. They do not strengthen their mast. They shall not spread the sail. Then the prey of great plunder shall be divided. The lame shall take the prey. Neither shall the inhabitants say, I am sick. The people who dwell in it is forgiven their crookedness. I have no
Anyone?
idea what you said.
You have no idea what you just read.
Right.
So to me, back in verse 1, woe to you who plunder, though you have not been plundered, and you who deal treacherously, though you have not dealt treacherously with you. When you cease plundering, you will be plundered. When you make an end of dealing treacherously, they will deal treacherously with you. To me, this is the end time beast, Babylon, or Assyria. We've been talking about Assyria in these other chapters. This this kind of language that Isaiah is using here is difficult to figure out what is he talking about, who is he talking to. I believe he's talking chapter 33 to Assyria. Then that just dictates the rest of this chapter for me. Okay, no comments. We have.
Well,
Go ahead.
every other time that they have done that, nobody's plundered them after they plundered the entire world. We just went and helped them build back. And go figure.
Well, Assyria, they ruled the world for, they started around Abraham's time, and they were there up until the Babylonians in 609 BC. So that's a good 800 years that they ruled. When the Babylonians defeated them, they became the Hittites, and they were taken into captivity, and they migrated north with the Israelites, and they settled in what is now Germany. So World War I, they were the Central Powers, and then World War II, they were still going to solve the Jewish problem that was going on at that time. World War III, clap 3 times. Here they are again. And that clap 3 times, I believe that's in Habakkuk. Clap once, clap twice, clap thrice. It's talking about the world wars. And Assyria is going to be doing it. I don't know when it's going to take place, but we're near that time. Things are about to happen. So,
And her allies, right?
Assyria and her allies, yes. Okay, shall we go on to Psalms now?
Oh, please.
Joe,
Um,
there's one more prayer request.
What's that?
There was an underwater volcano eruption near Tonga. Tonga has been inundated with a tsunami, and now Samoa, Fiji, Vanuatu, and parts of Australia are under threat.
How big a tsunami?
I cannot answer that question. It was published 3 hours ago.
Okay.
And it's saying California, they shut the beaches down just in case for the West Coast.
Okay.
He's trying to get her attention. It's here. Every judgment, it's upon us.
Yeah.
We're the early crowd because of the barley and the sighted moon. And because of that, we get to get judged first.
It's Shabbat.
We're first in line. I'm not saying this is us being judged, but he's saying, wake up, you guys.
The world is going on. And they're going to go on. They're just not paying attention. So let's learn our husband. Let's come to know him more. Let's understand his ways. We've gone through some hard scriptures here in Isaiah that are difficult to understand. I don't get them, and I don't have many notes on them, and I apologize for that, but I don't. But there's other things I got tons of notes on. Maybe not today, but the world's going to go on. And there's going to be people killed and people die. Let's study Torah while we can.
What was the psalm you asked for?
139.
I got it. You ready?
It must be a short one. Randy's taking over. Hang on.
No.
Wait.
Got more readers today.
Yeah, 139, 4 verses. Okay, Randy, go ahead.
O Jehovah, you have searched me and know me, and know me. Yes. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought from afar. You sift my path and my lying down, and know well all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue. But see, O Jehovah, you know it all. You have closed me in behind and before and laid your hand upon me. Knowledge too wondrous for me. It is high. I am unable to reach it. Where would I go from your spirit? Or where would I flee from your face? If I go up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, see, you are there. I take the wings of the morning. I dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea. There, too, your hand would lead me, and your right hand hold me. If I say darkness shall cover me, then night would be light to me. Even darkness is not dark for you, but night shines as the day. As is darkness, so is light. For you possessed my kidneys. You have covered me in my mother's womb. I give thanks to you, for I am awesomely and wondrously made. Wondrous are your works, and my being knows it well. My bones are not concealed from you. When I was shaped in a hidden place, knit together in the depths of the earth, your eyes saw my unformed body, and in your book all of them were written, the days they were formed, while none was among them. And precious are your thoughts to me, O El. How great has been the sum of them. If I should count them, they would be more than the sand. When I wake up, I am still with you. Oh, that you would kill the wrong. O Eloah, Depart from me, therefore, men of bloodshed. They speak against you wickedly. Bring your enemies to naught. O Jehovah, do I not hate them who hate you? And do I not loathe those who rise up against you? With a complete hatred, I hate them. They have become my enemies. Search me, O El, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if an idolatrous way is in me, and lead me in the way everlasting.
Thank you, Randy. This has got so many great hymns coming out of it. What a beautiful psalm. Anyone got any comments? Anything they want to say, a question about it? Yes, that was Psalm 139.
So in this freedom session that Lori Dawn is leading, the fellow who runs the program does the videos. In one of the sessions, maybe session 3 or 4, he starts out by making sure we understand no matter what has happened in our life, we are not a mistake. No matter who our parents were, no matter what the situation of our conception, we are not a mistake. We were designed by Yehovah. We were intended to live this life. We were intended to live when we live. And when Randy read, "You knit me together in my mother's womb, knit me together in the recesses of the earth. Your eyes saw my unformed limbs. They were all recorded in your books. In due time they were formed." Many of us have emotional wounds. We have scars from the past which hinder us from living our best life. They cause us to have behaviors that are not lovely. But if we can go back and look at those very words that we were designed, we were intended, we were wanted, no matter what went on with our parents, we are meant to be here. And the experiences that we are experiencing are for the purpose of learning something so that we can strengthen the body. And this whole psalm.
Can I jump in on that before you go away from there with some Joe Dumond theology?
Okay.
This is Joe Dumond theology. Okay.
Okay.
You have been made by Jehovah. You've been called and you've answered that calling. You're here. You're learning about the Sabbath. You're learning about the holy days. But if you want to use, no, let's not say that. If you want to be a part of that kingdom, if you want to be a part of that wall, talking in Revelation how the apostles are the different wall, are different layers of that wall. If you want to be a part of that wall, that strength, then you can't be looking back at your past all the time.
Exactly.
Okay, this is Joe Dumond theology. I'm not a psychiatrist I'm just a ditch digger, big dumbass ditch digger. Stop looking back at your problems and start looking forward at what you are about to create and change in the entire world, and that you are going to be remembered for 1,000 years, that you've just done, that you've created, that you were used by Jehovah to create. Okay, so Joe Dumond being very vain, thinking very great things about himself. Yeah, I do. Not because I am great, but because of what he's going to do to make me great in that kingdom. Okay, so I'm looking at Randy and I'm looking at Jimmy and Kurt on my screen, and these are mighty men of Jehovah. Mighty men. They're not wimps, except for Kurt. He's a bricklayer. That's a wimp. Okay. But the other two guys, they're mighty men of Jehovah, right? And so's Kurt. I'm only having fun with him because he's my brother. That's like a little punch in the shoulder to your brother. You love him. These are mighty men. They're going to do great things for the kingdom of Jehovah. And they're sitting here thinking, what am I doing that's so great? I'm just here. No, you're learning. The building project is, before you build the temple, you assemble all the material. Before you build the temple, there's when we build a house, there's months and months in the underground work. The piping, the sewage, the utilities that are done under work, the foundation work. The most important work is not the walls, it's the footings. It's just a slab of concrete 6 inches thick by 2 feet wide. It's not really rocket science. It's the most important work because it holds up the entire building. I don't care how great your detailed trim work is inside. If the footing is wrong and that wall cracks, then that whole interior wall is going to be cracked too. Each of you is called to be a part of this kingdom. This week's newsletter was about I'm saying the final step that I can see in bringing that kingdom together. We're all a part of it. Each of us is a part of it. Your part, whether it's the little part or the big part, is about you fulfilling your duty. So whatever happened in the past, whatever rapes, child incest, beatings from your dad, failings of your parents, beatings at work, losing of jobs, being called a stupid dumbass by Joe Dumond, whatever is tripping you up, that's nothing compared to what you are about to become. And when you look at the Sabbatical Year cycles, you are called at the greatest time in history. The early rains have come and gone. The latter rains have come and gone. We are now at the point where the stalks are being dried up and we are being turned into that kernel. Lori Dawn is seeing what I'm putting together here. She's reading it, she's catching up, and then she sees all this big jumbled pile of notes that I got as I sort through it and pick out the parts I want and don't want. But what she's not maybe able to see yet is just the wow that I'm seeing about the work that Jehovah is doing. It started with the 1881. It started in 1863. The 1904, 1914, and 1917. Amazing things took place in these years by ordinary people doing ordinary things. It's just one woman talking to another woman about the Sabbath. All of a sudden, a whole ministry springs out of that. A man being challenged about Sunday. You are called to do great things. And it starts off as just little things. And when you look back, I look back at sightedmoon.com. I was ticked off that I got kicked out of the Worldwide Church of God. I'm a good person. Why would they kick me out? I didn't do nothing wrong. I just started looking at the name of God and found out that he had a name. I didn't do nothing wrong. I learned about the Jubilee cycles. It's a Sabbath. It's like the Saturday. No. And I got kicked out because I was talking about things that they didn't know about. But here we are. 16 years later, here we are. My hissy fit for creating a website is now turned into this ministry. Big or small, however it is, we're not yet done. But that's you. That's each of you. So what I'm trying to say is, don't get hung up on what happened yesterday or last week. Don't let anybody knock you off that horse that Jehovah's put you on to create his kingdom? Patty. Patty, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm finding something, but I'm starting to pull pieces together when I see your right hand. I wonder if Yeshua is his right hand. He's seated at the right hand of Elohim. And I guess I want to just take note whenever I see Jehovah's right hand and kind of see if I can piece something together there. Just
Okay.
for FYI.
Yeah. So you're what verse are you looking at?
That was verse 10.
So your right hand shall lead me and your right hand shall hold me. Okay. Who made the covenant with Israel at Mount Sinai? Whose name is on that document? The ketubah.
So that's their father, Jehovah.
That's Jehovah. And we read in Isaiah 12:2, I am Jehovah, I am your Yeshua. Okay, so now, if you're looking at me, and I'm looking at me in this picture on the screen here, if I'm Jehovah, I'm not, but if I am, and I got my right arm, and I put my right arm around you, and my left arm comes around you, what am I doing? I'm holding you, I'm hugging you, but it's my right arm. It's still part of me. It's not another person, not another being, but it's me, right? Now, at Passover, there is a tradition, and I can't remember the term, the right shank. Anyone know what that's called? Man, it's been a long time since I did that teaching.
Isn't it the Zohar?
Say it again. Who is that?
Zohar?
James?
Isn't it the Zohar?
Zohar.
Like
Zohar,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Thomas noted again.
Okay, so the Zohar, what is it? The right shank. That represents the lamb, right? It represents the lamb. It's his right arm. So when we have the symbol of the hand and the arm sticking out, I want to say the yod. Is that the yod? Have I got the right symbol there?
Yes, the yod is the working hand.
Yeah, it's all connected together, right?
And a shank is like from the elbow down to the hoof on a lamb. So you use the shank bone at your Seder.
Yeah, and James, again, the word, my brain is, James, what's that word called?
The Zohar?
Zohar.
Yeah.
Right? So it's all these things are connected. So when I see your right hand shall lead me, or your right, I'm thinking Zohar, I'm thinking the shank, I'm thinking the yod. All these symbols to me come together. I don't know if that helps you, Patty, but that's how I see it.
Well, I would just say I'm not seeing anything yet, but I saw something in Colossians that just made me maybe want to look again and maybe want to think about it. That's all.
Okay. Okay, shall we go on to John? John chapter 11.
That's me. Okay, now a certain man was ill, Lazarus.
Okay, hang on. So I got to set this up. Did you even get through the first verse before Joe interrupted you?
Nope.
Okay, so we've now gone through John 7, 8, 9, and 10. We've shown you that all took place at the temple, at Sukkot, and on the 8th day, on the day after the 8th day. right? So verse 39, chapter 10, therefore they sought again to seize him, but he escaped out of their hand and went away again beyond the Jordan to the place where John was baptizing at first, and there he stayed. We have now left Sukkot. Verse 10:22, Hanukkah is not the 9th month, it's the 7th month, it's the Feast of Dedication. I'm just refreshing your memory here, putting that in the chronology so that you understand. Now we're about to read John 11. It's now after that, verse 49 of John 10. He went away again beyond the Jordan and the place where John was baptizing at first. There, now the stage is set. What is about to happen? Go ahead, Sombra.
Now a certain man was ill, Lazarus of Bethany. Okay, are we not going to talk about the fact that Yeshua, they were trying to stone him?
We already did. Did we not talk about that?
Well, you didn't say that. They sought to arrest
no,
him.
hang on. They tried to stone him back at the Feast of Sukkot and Tabernacles and the 8th day. That's now behind us. He's now gone to Jordan. Okay, so now it's that winter. He's in the River Jordan where John was. Now, here comes Lazarus. And we're talking about Lazarus. When does Lazarus take place? That's sort of the chronology here is what I'm trying to make sure you understand.
Right.
Okay.
I just want everybody to know that there is a desire to stone Yeshua. Just because I don't trust that everybody's read your book, because I'm just reading it now. And I'm just finished reading the part about Yeshua being stoned, so I just want everybody to know there's a desire to stone Yeshua. Okay.
And you're sort of like, wow, I never knew that, and it's right there in front of you. And now that it's in front of you, you cannot not see it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So therefore they sought again to seize him, but he escaped out of their midst. And what were they going to do? They were going to stone him.
And stone him for blasphemy.
Stone him for blasphemy.
Right.
So he was accused of being of a blasphemy, and he was also accursed. And when you become accursed, you are hung on a tree, you become accursed. And when you are accursed, you're also stoned.
Okay, so it's kind of important that we're talking about, we want to stone him for blasphemy, because what are we about to see with Lazarus? And I'll read that part.
Oh, and see, now you're leading me. What are we about to see? She's read ahead here. Okay.
Now a certain man was ill, Lazarus of Bethany, the village of Mary and her sister Martha. It was Mary who anointed Yeshua with ointment and wiped his feet with her hair, whose brother Lazarus was ill. And so the sisters sent to him, saying, Lord, he whom you love is ill. But when Yeshua heard it, he said, this illness does not lead to death. It is for the glory of God, so that the Son of God may be glorified through it. Okay. His sickness has a purpose. Don't be afraid.
But he died. He said it was not unto death, but he did die.
Trust him. The
No, he
story's
died.
not
He
over
died.
yet. The story's not over yet. Trust him. Now, Yeshua loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. And so when he heard that Lazarus was ill, he stayed 2 days longer in the place where he was. You mean he didn't rush there to fix the situation?
Lazarus is going to die. I'm just going to sit here and become complacent, as we just read.
2 more days. 2 more charts, 2 more columns on Joe Dumond's calendar chart. So when he heard that Lazarus was ill, he stayed 2 days longer in the place where he was. And after this, he said to the disciples, let us go to Judea again. The disciples said to him, Rabbi, the Jews just now are seeking to stone you, and you're going there again? And Yeshua answered, are there not 12 hours in the day? If anyone walks in the day, he does not stumble, because he sees the light of this world. But if anyone walks in the night, He stumbles because the light is not in him. After saying these things, they said to him, Our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I go to awaken him. The disciples said to him, Lord, if he has fallen asleep, he will recover. Okay, we're talking about asleep like as in slumbering, right? Not as in death. That's what they're talking about. That's not what Yeshua is talking about. Then Yeshua told them plainly, Lazarus has died. Sorry, hold on a second. Verse 13. Now Yeshua had spoken of his death, but they thought that he meant taking rest in sleep. And then Yeshua told them plainly, Lazarus has died, and for your sake I am glad that I was not there, so that you may believe. But let us go to him. So Thomas, called the twin, said to his fellow disciples, Let us also go, that we may die with him. Silly fools. When Yeshua came, he found that Lazarus had already been in the tomb 4 days. Bethany was near Jerusalem, about 2 miles off, and many of the Jews had come to Martha and Mary to console them concerning their brother. So when Martha heard that Yeshua was coming, she went out to meet him, but Mary remained seated in the house. Martha said to Yeshua, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. But even now I know that whatever you ask from God, God will give you. Yeshua said to her, Your brother will rise again. Martha said to him, I know that he will rise again in the resurrection on the last day. Yeshua said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live. And everyone who lives and believes in me shall never die. Do you believe this? She said to him, Yes, Lord, I believe that you are the Christ, the Messiah, the Son of God, who is to come in the world. When she had said this, she went and she called her sister Mary, saying in private, The teacher is here and is calling for you. And when she heard this, she rose quickly and went to him. Now Yeshua had not yet come into the village, but was still in the place where Martha had met him. And when the Jews who were with her in the house consoling her saw Mary rise quickly and go out, they followed her, supposing that she was going to the tomb to weep there. Now when Mary came to Yeshua, to where Yeshua was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, and saying to him, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. When Yeshua saw her weeping, and the Jews who had come with her also weeping, he was deeply moved in his spirit and greatly troubled. And he said, Where have you laid him? And they said to him, Lord, come and see. And Yeshua wept. So the Jews said, See how he loved him. But some of them said, Could not he open the eyes of the blind man also have kept this man from dying? Man, this is the greatest setup ever. Then Yeshua, deeply moved again, came to the tomb. It was a cave and a stone laying against it. And Yeshua said, Take away the stone. Martha, the sister of the dead man, said to him, Lord, by this time there will be an odor, for he has been dead 4 days. Yeshua said to her, Did I not tell you that if you believed, you would see the glory of God? And so they took away the stone. And Yeshua lifted up his eyes and he said, Father, I thank you that you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I said this on account of the people standing around me, that they may believe that you sent me. When he had said these things, he cried out with a loud voice, Lazarus, come out. The man who had died came out, his hands and feet bound with linen strips, and his face wrapped with a cloth. Yeshua said to them, Unbind him and let him go. Many of the Jews, therefore, who had come with Mary and had seen what he did, believed in him. Hallelujah. But some of them went to the Pharisees and told them what Yeshua had done. So the chief priests and the Pharisees gathered the council, and he said, What are we to do? For this man performs many signs. If we let him go on like this, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will come and take away both our place and our nation. But one of them, Caiaphas, who was a high priest that year, said to them, "You know nothing at all, nor do you understand that if it is better for you that one man should die for the people, not that the whole nation should perish." He did not say this of his own accord, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Yeshua would die for the nation, and not for the nation only, but also to gather into one the children of God who are scattered abroad. So from that day on, they made plans to put him to death. Yeshua, therefore, no longer walked openly among the Jews, but he went from there into the region near the wilderness, to a town called Ephraim, and there he stayed with the disciples. Now the Passover of the Jews was at hand, and many went up from the country to Jerusalem before the Passover to purify themselves. They were looking for Yeshua and saying to one another as they stood in the temple, "What do you think, that he will not come to the feast at all?" Now the chief priests and the Pharisees had given orders that if anyone knew where he was, he should let them know, so that they might arrest him.
Very good. Thank you, Sombra. So this is the story of Lazarus. It's taken place before the Passover. And they've now left his house and gone up to Ephraim. Nobody got anything they want to comment on here?
That verse
Where else?
51 and 52, oh my, oh my. Is that not the whole gospel in itself?
What are you saying? Now
Well,
that he did, now, hang on. Now this he did not say on his own authority, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus would die for the nation. So, and not for his own nation only, but also for the, he would gather together in one, the children of God who were scattered abroad. So the high priest is making this prophecy, but he doesn't know he's making a prophecy. He's just saying this guy is going to die.
yeah. He has no idea that idea that what he just prophesied was a fulfillment of the Abrahamic covenant.
So, okay. Anyone else got anything more they want to say on that?
Well, that was before they scattered at Pentecost. So who was scattered?
What do you mean scattered at Pentecost? What are you talking about?
Well, I guess there's more than one dispersion, maybe. You know, when the
Okay, you've just completely lost me. I don't know what dispersion you're talking about here.
well, maybe I don't either.
So I
Well,
think what Patty is saying is that when the people who believed in Yeshua left Jerusalem because they were afraid of being persecuted, that's one of the things that we consider a dispersion. But what Patty's not thinking about is your book, all those people that like the Gomorrah and the Celts and the Gauls, and she's not understanding that there are other people who left the family of Israel long ago and were dispersed into the world.
Okay, you've completely lost me. What are we talking about here? I'm talking about Lazarus being raised from the dead. You're talking about the dispersion. What dispersion are we talking about? I've missed something here. Where are you guys at? Where are you guys reading? What book are you reading? I don't see that here in John chapter 11. What are you guys talking about?
So what does scattered abroad mean to you?
Verse 52, and not for the nation only, but also that he would gather together in one the children of God who were scattered abroad. Okay, so this is John interpreting what Caiaphas said, right? right? So we go back to what Caiaphas said, verse 47. Then the chief priests and the Pharisees gathered a council and said, what shall we do? For this man works many signs. If we let him alone like this, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will come and take away both our place and nation. The Romans had already invaded the nation. If there's an uprising, they will destroy the Jews. That's what they're afraid of. Verse 49. And one of them, Caiaphas, being high priest that year, said to them, you know nothing at all. You guys are all stupid. You're all stupid. You don't know anything. Where was it? Nor do you consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people, and not that the whole nation should perish. Okay, so that's what he said. Now John takes it a step further. Now this he did say on his own authority. So John is now reinterpreting. John's writing this book 90 years later, that Jesus would die for the nation, and not for that nation only, which is the Jews, but also for that, but also that he would gather together in one the children of God whom were scattered abroad. So he's talking about the children of Israel. Now, okay, I may be a space kidder here, but what are you guys talking about? Somber, you're saying the children of Israel scattered?
I'm saying that the children of Israel have had many scatterings, many scatterings. One scattering is when they left Egypt, when certain groups, Dardanus, left Egypt. Certain groups went with Scota to Scotland. Other groups, when they got sent into the Assyrian exile, they went north through Parthia and through the Caucasus Mountains and became most of the European people. Those are part of the scatterings. Yeshua came to find the lost. He didn't come for the Jews who were in Israel at the time. He came for the lost ones to bring them back.
Okay, so what your Patty is saying here, that the scattered abroad is not just the Jews that were scattered after 70 AD, but the Israelites who were scattered from the Assyrian deportations, the Israelites who were left Egypt before Moses came along. Is that what this verse is saying?
I think that's what this verse is saying, but I don't know that Patty knows that that's what this verse is saying.
Patty, is that what this verse is saying? Oh, very funny. I just saw that. Joe Caiaphas Dumond. You guys are all clowns. Okay, so yes, this is speaking about all of Israel, not just the Jews who would be scattered in just 40 years' time, but all of Israel who was already scattered. Israel, the 12 or 10 northern tribes were already scattered, and all of Israel. So yeah. I'm sorry, sometimes I don't. What are you guys asking? Where are you guys coming from? Yes. Okay. One of the things I wanted to bring up was.
But Vivian has a question.
What's Vivian asking?
Vivian's question is, what's the connection between the people believing in Yeshua and the Romans taking away the land and the nation?
Verse 48. Well, Caiaphas was afraid if they rebelled or if they caused trouble, the Romans have already threatened to kill them. And the Jews had been slaughtered numerous times in the past. and they just didn't want to see that happen again. So that would be what I'm thinking that Caiaphas is concerned about. If he continues to have an uproar and talks about him being the kingdom and him being the king, then the Jews are going to get upset because Caesar is the king, the emperor is the king, Augustus, and we don't want to get them mad and have us all slaughtered. Okay, so where in the Bible do we have anyone ever raising anybody up from the dead? Elijah, right?
And isn't that last verse also like Elijah, when Elijah was hiding out from Ahab?
The last verse, what, 57? Oh, okay, yeah. If anyone knew where he was, that they should report him, that they can seize him. I never thought of that. Elijah was hiding from, and Ahab was looking for him everywhere, couldn't find him. Interesting. Okay, I never saw that. So who else has been raised from the dead? I thought there was more than one. There's the boy that Elijah raised from the dead, the widow's son who died. Did Elijah not raise somebody from Elisha, not raise somebody from the dead as well?
There was Talitha Kumi, the little girl.
The little girl. Is that the one Elisha did?
No, Yeshua.
Where's that one at, Kurt?
Jairus' daughter.
Sorry?
Jairus' daughter.
Okay, chapter and verse.
It's in the story right after the woman with the issue of blood. And then after that, there's a little girl, and she's 12 years old, and she's the centurion's daughter. And
Chapter
she
and
died.
verse.
Randy?
The centurion's daughter, is that not in Acts with the apostles?
A kid fell out of the window and died, and Paul, they prayed him back to life.
That's the Acts of the Apostles, where before Yeshua has anyone been raised from the dead?
Sorry.
Acts 20 verse 9.
That's Acts. That's afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking for before.
Oh, before, right.
Before Yeshua did this, who else was raised from the grave? Other than the Elijah when he saved the widow's son. Nobody?
Well, I don't know where it is, but it's there.
What's there? Is there another spot? That's what I'm asking.
The little girl.
Yeah, but Joe's specifically asking about before Yeshua came. Is there anybody in the Old Testament who was risen again? And we've got the Shunammite woman's son, but is there anybody else?
2 Kings 13 talks about when actually Elisha died and they buried him, and they cast a man in there that touched Elisha's bones, and he came back to life just for touching his bones.
Oh, a good one. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. What? Where are you there, Randy?
2 Kings 13, 21.
2 Kings 13, 21. So a guy died, and why don't we just go read it?
And it came to be, they were burying a man, and there they saw a raiding band and cast the man in the burial site of Elisha. And the man fell and touched the bones of Elisha and came to life and stood on his feet.
Very good. Okay, that happened to be a coincidence. They just happened to land in the right grave at the right time, and he brought back to life. But did anyone other than Elijah raise anyone up from the dead? Okay, Michelle. Well, hang on. Before you go, Michelle Sarkis, are you going? You had your hand up. Are you going to talk on this or talk on something else?
Well, when the high priest was saying about, it's a different subject, about why Yeshua had to die to save the nation. I think it's a different subject than this, but you continue and then I'll answer that.
Okay, Michelle. We're looking for other dead people who came back to life.
I'm thinking of 2 Kings 17:17. So that was Elijah. So I didn't know if you mentioned that already.
Well, that's Elijah. I think that's the one I'm talking about. Is it not?
Yeah, I think it is. My mistake. Sorry.
No, that's fine. 2 Kings. Let's just make sure I'm talking about that before I move away. 2 Kings 17:17. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire. That's not it. That's the Molech thing. Consequence of sins. It would be 1 Kings 17:17. Is that the one you meant?
Yes.
Second, first. 17:17. 17:17. Now it happened after these things that the son of the woman who owned the house became sick, and the sickness was so serious that there was no breath left in him. So she said to Elijah, "What have I to do with you, O man of God? Have you come to me to bring my sin to remembrance and to kill my son?" And he said to her, "Give me your son." So he took him out of the room, out of her arms, and carried him to the upper room where he was staying and laid him on his own bed. Then he cried out to Jehovah and said, "O Jehovah, my God, have you also brought tragedy on the widow with whom I lodge by killing her son?" And he stretched himself out on the child 3 times and cried out to the Lord and said, "O Lord, my God, I pray, let the child's soul come back to him." Then the Lord heard the voice of Elijah, and the soul of the child came back to him, and he revived. And Elijah took the child and brought him down from the upper room into the house and gave him to his mother. And Elijah said, "See, your son lives." Then the woman said to Elijah, "Now by this I know that you are a man of God, and that the word of Jehovah in your mouth is the truth." Why does it take a child coming back to life for people to believe that he is the Messiah or the Elijah? Why did he lie on the child 3 times? Does it mean 3 days and 3 nights? Is that a clue of what Yeshua was going to do? Why does nobody believe Yeshua is the Messiah unless he raises somebody from the dead? And even after he raises them from the dead, people still want to kill him. Elaine, or Eliane, or Telesphore, you had your hand up.
Can you say Ezekiel 37?
Ezekiel 37?
Yeah, from verse 1 until
Hang on.
13.
Ezekiel 37, verse 1. And the hand of the Lord came upon me and brought me out of the spirit of the Lord and set me down in the midst of the valley, and I was full of bones. And he caused me to pass by them and hold. So these are the dry bones. Okay, so what are you saying about this, Eliane?
The Israel dead before Jesus came.
Well, is this not a prophecy for the future and not a real event that took place in the past?
Oh, sorry.
It may be a prophecy, but is that not exactly the answer about why they believed that he's the Messiah, that he's really God, because he brought somebody back from the dead, just like the prophecy said would happen.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry, because so this prophecy 2:13, therefore prophecy and say to them, to the Lord, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come out from your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. Then you shall know that I am the Lord, when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up from the graves. So, Eliane, that's perfect. When you see him bringing people out of the graves, then you'll know that it's him. Okay, so there's a prophecy for the Messiah. Now he's done it. Nobody's connected. So Eliane's the only one that's connected that dot.
Yeah, understand it.
But nobody still believes that he's the Messiah. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we just had a young boy die on the 12th of January. It's now been 4 days. Is he going to come back to life? Does Elijah call him back to life? Why is that one died and no one else is brought back to life? Where is our Messiah today? Is that how we're going to know Elijah in the last days, if he brings people back to life? Is that Elijah's job, or is that Messiah's job? I'm just asking questions off the top of my head. You know, this young boy's death here is kind of stunning. That was a good family, a good Bible believing, teaching Torah family. Ella.
You asked where the Messiah is. Where are we? Because he said that we would do greater works than he did.
Yeah. What scripture is that in, Ella?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. That was in John. Well, in John, I think, Matthew. He told them, you will do greater works. So where are we if we're supposed to do the greater works?
Well, then we go into Acts, and Peter's shadow is healing people. Paul's got kids falling out of windows. He's raising them back up.
Handkerchiefs are sent from him and they're healed.
Yeah. Okay, so greater works than these.
And we have Catholics and their relics.
Okay, we really had to mess up the pudding,
John
didn't you?
14:12.
I'm just saying.
So what are the greater works? What greater work is there than somebody coming back from the dead? You have that power that not in you, but that can flow through you. Ella, is your hand still up, or?
No, it's all right. I was going to say too, a greater work may be keeping people alive, not waiting until they die to bring them back to life, but giving them life while they're living, giving them truth, giving them what we know in order to walk ahead, the days ahead, the judgment that's coming, to walk in peace, to walk in martyrdom if necessary. The greater work is to totally believe and trust in him for everything.
To know Yeshua. Okay, so here's another question. It says in verse 35, what's the shortest verse in the entire Bible? Here it is. Trivia question right here. Verse 35, Jesus wept. Why would he weep? Why did he weep? He knows he can raise him up from the dead. Why is he weeping?
Maybe because they loved him so and didn't understand, the Father's process, his mission, what he could do. They didn't trust him.
I don't know. Like, even when Samba was reading this, I got a tear in my eye. And I said, why am I weeping? This is like 2,000 years. What's that got to do with me today? But I did. It's the compassion or empathy for the families who are suffering the loss.
Why did Yeshua wait 2 days?
He waited 4 days
Well, no.
altogether.
Before he got
No,
there.
it said he waited 2 days.
Before he
So
started back, the journey was a 2-day journey, I think.
Yeah, but it also said the body, he's been dead 4 days. He's going to stink.
right. So I suspect that the day he was told that Lazarus was sick, Lazarus actually died that day. Then Yeshua waits 2 days, and then it's a day's journey back. So that's 4 days. But the point is, why did Yeshua wait 2 days? What's the point of the 2 days? There's a reason why it's symbolically there. What's the point of the 2 days? And I tried to say that when I was reading it. And it's the 2 days between 70 AD and when Yeshua returns. And there's going to be a resurrection of the dead then. And there's a resurrection of people believing now as he's about to return. There is a resurrection of the hunger and thirst for him, faith in him.
So you're saying that the 2 days that he stayed there represent 2 millennium from the time that he died until the time he's coming back.
I think so.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what I think, yeah.
And you're basing this theology on what?
Your timeline.
So you're speculating. So
Well,
this is theology of Somber here that we're looking at.
Sure,
So
fine.
okay, no, that's
Okay,
fine.
but if he's Elijah, I mean, we've also seen other things in there that say that he's Elijah, but we've also been told that when Elijah comes, that's when the Messiah will return. So, there's all these pictures are kind of put in there together.
There's also another picture that I painted there that the 3 days and 3 nights represents the 3 millennium, that he doesn't come back until the end of the 7th millennium. How do you figure that in this one together with what you just said? So most analogies, they have certain pieces that work, and then there's other pieces that don't work, and you cannot make them fit 100% from what I learned. So yeah, you have something there, but then again, you can't put a whole lot of weight on it.
Okay.
Until
we find out the rest of the pieces.
That's right.
Right.
Okay. So like you can't make that into a whole new religion.
Right.
Okay. Souza, go ahead.
Yes, I have come
All right.
across somewhere. Can you hear me?
You're having troubles here. Keep talking.
Okay. Probably my computer. That there was a belief in the Jews among that time, and perhaps even still, that the soul stayed and hovered about the body for 3 days before it went on to Yehovah. So this being the 4th day makes this really eye-catching to all of them around him, because in the ones we've just talked about, they don't really tell you how long these people were dead when we were talking about what's in the Tanakh, but potentially I'm gathering it was probably within a 3-day period, but now he's coming 4 days and it's really going to get their attention. So that's just one angle.
Yeah. So back at the time, there was a big debate going on between the house of Hillel and the house of Shammai as to what happens after death. They didn't know. They couldn't figure it out. So, yeah, this is what Yeshua is stepping into. And I've not heard what Susan just said. That's very good. I like that. They want to make sure that the guy's dead before they raise him up. So, yeah. And Glenn's said in the chat, that's what I'm talking about, the 3 days and 3 claps. Okay, so why did Jesus weep? That's what, I'm asking that question. He's a high priest. Okay, so let me go back to Aaron. Aaron's two sons died. They were doing the duties of the tabernacle and they got zapped and they were killed. Aaron was told, you shall not cry, you shall not mourn for them. Why was he not allowed to mourn, but Yeshua is allowed to mourn? Aaron represented the high priest. Yeshua was the high priest.
I can answer that.
Who's that? Susa?
No, it's Hope.
Who?
Because it was a prescription. There was a prescribed way to do what they were supposed to do, and they did it the way that they wanted to do it rather than the way that they were supposed to. And that's even worse is when you do it, I think, publicly.
No, you're talking about the two. You're talking about the two boys being killed. Okay, that's
Yes.
not what I'm asking. My question is, why was
Oh.
Aaron not allowed to cry because as a high priest, and Yeshua, who is the high priest, was weeping for the dead?
He was not allowed to cry because of the fact that those kids did what they did intentionally against God. So I think the circumstances as to why he would cry would be different.
I don't think they did. I don't think they went in there. They were going in intentionally, but I don't think they really fully understand that they weren't supposed to go in. This is brand new. This is the first time we've got these holy days set up that Moses set up. You know, we're just going in there to do our thing, and they didn't.
They know it was strange fire.
Well, okay, I didn't really know that was bad.
Right.
Right.
Well, that obviously wasn't the case, was it?
No, they were, you know, they were victims of being ignorant, and they paid a severe price. That's
right.
okay.
Same as
That's not what I'm talking
when he
about, though.
touched the cart, he paid the severe price, and even David got mad, but it's because they weren't doing it the way that God had prescribed
Yeah.
for them to do.
We agree on that. That's not what I'm asking. Aaron was told not to cry. Don't mourn your dead. But Yeshua could mourn for the dead. Right? So as high priest, what does Aaron represent? He represents,
What
sorry,
dead is he mourning for?
his two sons.
No, Yeshua.
Yeshua is mourning for Lazarus, who's dead.
Hmm.
He says in verse 35, Jesus wept.
He didn't die disrespecting God, did he?
Pardon
He
me?
didn't die disrespecting Jehovah like the other two did.
That's not the issue.
Well, how do you know? Why did he cry?
The issue is Yeshua represents the high priest. He is the high priest. And Aaron wasn't allowed to mourn for the dead because he was the high priest.
Does it say that he wasn't allowed to mourn because he was the high priest?
Okay, help me out,
Or is
Randy.
he
What's
not
the scripture I'm
allowed to
looking
mourn
for?
Because his sin is because of the type of the reason why the men had died. Just like nobody could get mad at Uzzah because of the way that he died. But Lazarus died was not because of, disrespect. Do we even know why Lazarus died?
That's
So
not the
maybe
issue.
he was justified to cry.
That's not the issue. We don't care how they died. It doesn't matter whether Aaron's sons died for
say that a priest
adultery
cannot
or they
mourn?
died.
Does it say that a priest cannot mourn?
Well, that's the issue I'm trying to raise here. Yes.
It does? Where does it say that?
That's why, okay, help me out. What is the scripture where Aaron's two sons died?
Leviticus 10:6.
10:6?
Well, they die on first verse. But then Moses tells Aaron.
Leviticus 10. Then Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his censer and put fire on it, put incense on it, and offered profane fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them. Okay, they made a mistake. I'm not talking about that. So fire went out from the Lord and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. Okay, they paid a severe penalty for making a mistake. I'm not talking about that.
Right.
And Moses and Aaron, just let me finish. And Moses said to Aaron, this is what the Lord spoke, saying, by those who come near me, I must be regarded as holy, and before all the people, I must be glorified. So Aaron held his peace. Aaron's just lost 2 sons. He's, if he says anything, it's not going to be good. Then Moses called Mishael and Elsaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary, out of the camp. So they went near and carried them out by their tunics out of the camp of Moses, as Moses had said. And Moses said to Aaron and to Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons, do not uncover your heads. So this is the part I'm talking about. Do not uncover your heads, nor tear your clothes, lest you die, and the wrath come upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning which the Lord has kindled. You shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of meeting, lest you die, for the anointing of oil of the Lord is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses. Then the Lord spoke to Aaron, saying, okay, so now this goes on, and then Aaron will not eat a certain part of the body. And Moses says, why haven't you eaten that part of the holy part that you're supposed to eat? I think it's verse 14. Let's start in verse 13. You shall eat it in the holy place, because it is your due and your son's due of the sacrifices made by the fire of the Lord. So I have been commanded. The breast of the wave offering, the high priest of the heave offering, you shall eat it in the clean place, you, your sons, and your daughters with you. Let's see, where am I looking for it? And then Moses made careful inquiry, verse 16, the goat of the sin offering, and there it was burnt up. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, who were left, saying, why have you not eaten the offering of the holy place, since it is most holy, and God has given it to you to bear the guilt of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Lord? See, his blood was not brought inside the holy place. Indeed, you should have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. And Aaron said to Moses, okay, so Aaron, he's just lost his 2 sons. Aaron said to Moses, look, this day they have offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord, and such things have befallen me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord? Silence, long pause. So when Moses heard that, he was content. What is going on here with Aaron, who's the high priest? What does he represent? He represents Jehovah.
In verse 10, it says that the reason for all this was to make a distinction between the set apart and the profane, between the unclean and the clean.
But
maybe I'm
Hope, that's not what I'm asking. Forget that part.
But
I don't care how they died or why they died. It doesn't matter.
Priest can't cry.
But
Aaron was told not to cry. And maybe I got it. It's because Yeshua actually is not a high priest yet until he ascends. That's why. Right?
Aaron is the high priest.
Yeshua
is the high priest.
No, he's not until he ascends into heaven. That's what Hebrews 11 is all about.
Yeshua has been the high priest since he was born, has he not?
No.
Only when he goes to heaven?
When he ascended, yeah.
Is Yeshua not Jehovah?
Yes.
Is Jehovah not the high priest?
Good question.
Okay.
But I know that when he ascended, that's when he was high priest, because that's what Hebrews 11 is all about. That the priesthood changed from being that earthly priesthood into being the heavenly priesthood. So if that's what happened then he probably wasn't in that role of priest when he was on earth until he ascended after his death.
Okay, I don't agree with that. I think he was high priest all the time.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. It would be maybe the second time, but I could be wrong. Okay, I'm looking for the answer as to why Yeshua was allowed to weep and Aaron was not allowed to mourn the dead. That's what I'm looking for. Somber, go ahead.
Well, that was one explanation.
Because Yeshua in that moment is not in the temple. You cannot make the house of Jehovah a place of mourning, because mourning represents death, and Jehovah cannot be in the presence of death. That is why we need Nida, because Nida means the presence of death. So the fact that Yeshua is not in the temple at that moment means he can mourn.
Okay, you've touched on the things I was trying to get to. So death is the problem here. Jehovah did not create death. Jimmy, have you got your hand up, or you're not waiting for me, are you? No? Okay. So yeah, that's where I'm trying to get to. It's the death. But Jehovah didn't create death. He created life. He didn't create man to die. Nida, which you mentioned, is representing death. Nida is the death of that seed. Okay, Somber, are you done? Okay, Sarkis.
It all has to do with the position of Aaron and his children. They have to be in the tabernacle, continually serving Jehovah. If they're gonna be mourning, they cannot do that. They cannot continue their services, therefore interrupting what Jehovah expects of them to represent the people before him.
And why can't they mourn though? So tell us,
because part of the mourning process, it says, do not shave your head, do not, that whole process requires that you literally saying, hey, I have somebody died. Let's read that verse because it says what, right?
But okay, I think we're not supposed to shave our head in the first place.
No.
That's what.
No, but the position, that means they have to stop performing their position. They cannot continue the work until the time of the death, mourning of the death is over. And Jehovah is saying, you can't do that. You represent the people before me. Let the people mourn, and you continue your task, your chores, what I require of you. Because that is a role you have to take. Nobody else's. Nobody can.
So Yeshua was, as Patty was saying, Yeshua is allowed to cry because he was not yet the high priest. He was not yet in that office.
No, he is the high priest. He offered himself on the cross.
Okay.
Nobody else could offer the sacrifice except the high priest.
How could he be mourning or weeping for Lazarus then?
He was weeping not only for Lazarus. He was weeping because you have to look he's looking ahead. That he is seeing people are mourning because they have been living in the lie. Look, if up to that time you're looking, Yeshua is countering the teachings and the doctrines of men and traditions of men. Everything right now we spoke about in this meeting, we're bringing in teachings of men and traditions of men, and Yeshua was countering it. When they said it's been 4 days, he's saying, oh no, I have to deal with one more issue to get rid of this traditions and culture, and it has nothing with Jews, has nothing to do. It's just at that moment that's what it is, and so we have to understand, even if you look at every chapter, he is countering the traditions and teachings of men and bringing in the true teaching. And here he is talking about life, a resurrection.
So he's
and
like
end
what,
time.
so like what Susan said about the 4-day, the whole,
3
the
days.
spirit, 3 days, after the 3 days, the spirit is also dead or gone to heaven, wherever it goes. So he's countering that argument. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because that's still the teachings of men and traditions of men. And so we'll bring, you know, when I came from the church, I brought in a lot of traditions and teachings of men, and I'm peeling them all off, right and left, like an onion layer, and this is one of them. But at the same time, he has compassion of the people around him, that they are so overwhelmed with traditions and teachings of men that they're not seeing him of who he is. They're not recognizing who he is.
Mary and Martha said that Jesus is the Messiah and that he could have raised him from the dead. They believed in him, but they hadn't seen that
They're questioning
happen yet.
him.
But somebody brought up Ezekiel here. Ezekiel is talking about the Messiah going to do this, and nobody's seen him do this yet. Right? Now, I'm asking, why is he weeping as a high priest? I think you've now answered it, to prove, you know, you and Susa, to prove that this 4-day teaching or thinking, or 3-day thinking for the soul, I'm going to disprove that right now. And the empathy is what I see him having for Mary and Martha, because they don't fully understand yet that power that he has over death. So,
and not only that, you prove something else, that he was still the high priest, that even now, because he's preparing himself to be an offering, he's giving himself as a sacrifice, and only the high priest does the Passover sacrifice. See, so he never became a high priest after the sacrifice. He was the high priest.
Okay, awesome. And I agree with you on that. That's what I always thought. Are you done, Sarkis? Can I?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, Susa and Sarkis, if you can lower your hand for me. Susa, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to really go along with what Sarkis said and say that it's even more. I've been taught, I don't know what it means really, and I want to learn, that Yeshua is always countering these traditions of men. And we don't see it when we read it with our, current day eyes, because we don't have that understanding. So I'm always watching. So I really liked hearing that from Sarkis. He's bringing it out, but it just makes we should always be asking, what is he countering when he's doing something? This seems to be, I'm not saying it's 100%, but a lot of the times he's countering it. But two things I wanted to bring out. With Aaron, it didn't, my version, I brought it up in the Hebrew, and it says, you are not to uncover your head or tear your clothing. The high priest had a special neck piece, and if that ever was ripped, he was totally disqualified from being the high priest. So that would have stopped the whole thing that he was in the midst of during that time. So that's one thought. Then moving to Yeshua, I looked up the two words in Greek because I wanted to see if they were different or the same, and they're different. The word for mourn is used by all the people in what they were doing. So there was probably a loud crying, maybe, I don't know if people were ripping clothes, but that was kind of a traditional thing that they did. But when it says Yeshua, well, he dakrou, I don't know Greek, but he was weeping. It says quiet tears. So also, it's the only occurrence in the scripture for that word. So I don't know if we can equate what they were doing with what he was doing as being one and the same. And certainly, I don't think he was going to be ripping any clothing or any of that other thing that happens during the mourning process. So I just wanted to bring that out.
Yeah, I would, okay, without saying that he was ripping clothes, I would say he was mourning, and that when people die, you cry, your heart gets broke. So he had empathy for Mary and Martha and his good friend Lazarus. And mourning is, you're not going to see this person anymore until Judgment Day.
But he knew they see him.
I'm sorry?
He knew he was raising Lazarus from the dead. He knew he was going to see him. It has to be like you said with Martha and Mary, and maybe the people that he's having compassion for because they don't get it.
Again, so I asked why, and you, what was the question you asked about how is this connected, right? So I'm not used to, but I asked why. Why is he crying then if he already knows he's going to raise him from the dead?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like you
Yeah.
said, it was maybe Mary and Martha and the peoples that were there, and compassion for them.
Yep. I was trying to get to the point where the high priest wasn't supposed to cry or mourn. That's where I was trying to go. And maybe that was the wrong line of thinking to go to, but that's where I was trying to go. Michelle.
Is he sad because Mary didn't get it and Martha had already come and now Mary's come and they're just not getting it?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that they're just not getting it. I say he's got empathy for how heartbroken they are. Michelle.
Okay. Obviously, this is supposition. I think the reason that Jehovah would not allow Aaron to mourn was because he is the leader and the high priest. He's responsible for educating his sons. His sons did not honor Jehovah and did not magnify him in the people's eyes. Therefore, the non-mourning was a punishment for Aaron, where Yehshua mourned for the people's sin and ignorance. And that's just the way I see it.
Okay. I'm going to say that the two sons of Aaron did not do that disrespectfully, but did it out of ignorance. And it was an expensive learning curve for the rest of the house of Aaron to learn.
But wasn't responsible for teaching them the proper way.
Okay, so hang on. This is the very first year the tabernacle has been built. And I think it was the very first year. And that was the first atonement that year when they're doing this. They're in the learning curve stage.
I agree, but isn't it that Jehovah is perfect, therefore be ye perfect, and that he made an example of this situation to show the people that how important everything be exact.
So
and
I agree with you. Then, but so here's the thing. Here's the thing I'm trying to get to. I guess I in my brain, how can Jehovah kill these two boys or kill this young son that died this week? Allow that to happen. And at the same time, we got a hostage taking going on in that synagogue today. People could die. Sounds like the guy might be a little crazy. At the same time, we got a tsunami going on, and there could be who knows? Like we think about the tsunami in India, where thousands, hundreds of thousands died.
Okay, back to Aaron.
But hang on. Before we go back to anybody, how can Jehovah allow these disasters to happen to good people?
Okay, back to Aaron. I think that it might direct back to the sin of the golden calf. And he said, the people made me do it. And I always wondered why he was never punished for that sin. And this is very, very big, direct pain to him because he'll blame himself. I don't know how he took the responsibility for the calf. I think he didn't. He said, the people made me do it. Then he was responsible for his sons to have proper protocol worship to elevate Jehovah before the people. And it's a delayed punishment, possibly. It could be related. I always wondered why Miriam, who talked against Moses's wife, was stricken with leprosy, but yet Aaron made an idol for the people and was never punished. So I don't know if it's related or not. It might be.
Yeah, interesting. Again, I think you're missing my point here. And let Sousa go, and then I'm going to try and say, if I can say, I'm not sure if I'm even saying it right. Sousa, go ahead.
Well, this just came to my mind when I was listening to everybody talking. I think the answer for both is Yehovah's consideration for the people. For Aaron, he would have been disqualified. What was being done at that point in time was really on behalf of all the people. And Yeshua, as you said, was in sorrow and was with the people in consideration. That to me is a really good consideration, is that it was all about the people, not themselves. But I have one more different. I'm laughing because I heard this in church, but I'll throw it out there so you can kind of maybe laugh too. A preacher once said he was mourning because he was about to bring Lazarus back from the presence of Yehovah. And he felt bad for Lazarus. So I'm just throwing them both out there.
Yeah. So let me just torpedo that one right away. When you're dead, you're dead. You're not in heaven. You don't go to heaven. There is no such thing as going to heaven, purgatory, or hell when you die. So I would just open up that whole big can of worms. We're not even going to go in there yet. That'll be for another day. But yeah, no, he wasn't before God. He was dead. So here's what I'm trying to say. How can Jehovah take all these lives and it's nothing to him? He's Jehovah. He's the greatest creator. He's the greatest being ever. But he also knows, that every single one of you, every single human being since Adam, he can raise up. He's about to do it at Passover this year. He's about to do it. He's going to show him. The example with Lazarus, the other example with Elijah. Aaron, as high priest, represented that power that brought things to life, that made life good for everyone. Yeshua is that power. He's got empathy for Mary and Martha. He's got great empathy for the mourning that they're going through. But he also knows that he can raise anyone back to life. At any moment, at the drop of a hat, he can make the blind see. All he has to do is say it. When Jehovah executes judgment and people die, for him, it's just a blink of an eye. They're going to be back to life here later on. You and I are going to die. Well, maybe you. I don't know about me yet. We're all going to die. Most other people don't. It's the Sabbatical and Jubilee cycles to explain when this second resurrection is going to take place. The first one took place at the Wave Sheaf Day in 31 AD. The second part of that wave offering, when people were brought back to life, which is what the dry bones is talking about, sort of, kind of, is Shavuot. Shavuot 2033. That's just 11 years away. Think about it. So if they're going to threaten your life, what should you mourn? You're going to be brought back to life in just 11 years' time. If that happens in 4 years' time, then you're going to be brought back to life in what, 7 years' time. They, on the other hand, are going to suffer through all this terrible stuff and not going to be raised up until the end of the 7th millennium. They're going to miss out on all the building, all the reconstructing of the rebuilding of this new society that we're about to be a part of. Aaron represented that as high priest. He represented God. God doesn't create death, he creates life. Yeshua raised Lazarus from the dead. So that's the point I was trying to get to. That's what I was trying to get at. Yeah. I say that I will still mourn at the death of a loved one. And yet part of me is also saying just 11 more years. Right? So I'm trying to get that into my part that's afraid of death, not to be afraid of it. Aaron's sons will be raised up again. They're not evil. They made a mistake. They're not evil. So, okay, shall we wrap up? Is there anything else we can add to this? Did I actually get the last word in today? What's going on?
Is that what it means when he says to let the dead bury the dead? Is that
Exactly.
That's supposed to be our attitude?
Let the dead bury the dead. Why are the dead buried? Because they're dead. They're dead in Jehovah. They're dead to the knowledge of Jehovah. And those people who are dead, they don't know anything. They're dead to Jehovah. Sarkis. See, Sarkis isn't going to let me have the last word. I knew it.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
forgot. You forgot what I asked earlier. What about what the high priest said, that one man should die for a nation, and that is prophetically is correct in terms of one die for the nation and for all people who will come later on to believe in him for their salvation. But the question here is, why did he hand over to the Romans? Because he plotted to hand over to the Romans. He plotted to hand Yeshua to the Romans. And in doing that, what did he happen? He avoided being persecuted, there will be an uproar from the Jews that they killed him. He washed his hands by passing it on to. I'm trying to clarify the way I'm saying.
So the high priest, what's his name? He gets out of killing Yeshua by having the Romans kill him. Therefore, it gets out of the civil war that he could have caused.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And because what did they do with Stephen in Acts chapter 7? They were able to kill him right there and then, stone him. Yeah. Versus with Yeshua, they couldn't do that because they knew if they did, there would have been an uproar among the people that you killed the Messiah. And that's exactly what Stephen said. You killed the Messiah, the promised one. And literally, the scripture was fulfilled in both ways. That he will be handed over to the Gentiles, but then they would kill him under disguise that the Gentiles killed him on the cross, and that's the stoning on the cross.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something for later on, maybe.
Okay, Sarkis, can I ask you to do a closing prayer for us? I'm conceding the last word to you.
Okay. Abba Father, we just come before you. That was awesome teaching and discussions. And Father, we're learning from each other because you have poured out your spirit upon each one of us, and you have given us the bread of life, your word, so we can speak to each other your truth in love, and at the same time glorifying yourself and making yourself known to us and to whoever else will hear us. And Father, we thank you for the richness and the treasures and tremendous insight of knowledge just going through your scripture and not through traditions of men and teachings of men. You're an awesome Elohim. There's no one like you. And we want to worship you and thank you and praise you and give you all the glory. In Yeshua's name, and amen.
Amen. Yeah, and I thank you all, and I contend with you all, and I poke at y'all, and I try and get you fired up, and sometimes get you don't like what Joe's saying, to bring out some good stuff in you, like Sombra, I get her going. So don't take it personally. We're just trying. Yeah, she's on the calm flat right now. We're here to learn, and I'm trying to dispel false teachings that we all have brought into our lives. So I appreciate it. I thank you all for participating and teaching me things. I've had a couple new lessons today, so I appreciate that too. If you're listening, subscribe, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, write a comment. If you don't like what we're saying here, write a comment and let us know. Some of them we'll even bring into the next week's discussion. So you can go ahead and start learning next week's Torah portion. It's on our 3.5-year Torah study in the archives. It'll be in the newsletter next week. Just look at the next chapters after the ones we did today. Brush up, see what you can learn. Go and study, find out what the rabbis are saying about this. What does it mean? I don't have all the answers, and I'm not trying to have all the answers. I'm mostly just trying to be a referee. But I appreciate y'all being here, and I thank you for that. So with that, just a reminder, we got a new moon coming up. It's a big deal because we're at the end of the 12th month. Do we have barley? Do we not have barley? We don't know. Are we going to be the one stepping out alone again? I don't know. I don't care. I'm going to do what's right. But y'all got to make that decision. Don't just follow me because I'm good looking. And with that, I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Thank you for coming, and we'll see you next Sabbath. Bye-bye.